OBS every time. Okay. Let's start the stream over there. That's the best I can do. Only babe stream. Yeah, hell yeah. I like that, Sarah. That's good.
That's so cute.
That's good. All right, you guys, let's keep tapping this screen, sharing out the live, doing all the good things. Don't forget to hit the heart me's up there. My arrow's not pointing to the right place, so I'll have to fix that. But also, if you haven't subscribed, please think of doing so today. I would love to get to 75 subscribers. It's less than a cup of coffee a month. And if you've already subscribed, consider gifting out some to the chat. They love to receive free subbies. You will become a part of the Dark Crystals. We are the Dark Crystals now. We've decided this morning. So if you want to become a Dark Crystal, you can join us. I think OBS is obstructed bowel syndrome. Ken, thanks for that. Slay, what's new?
You caught me right as I was taking a drink of my delicious coffee protein situation that I made. What's new? I don't know. We had some really amazing lives last night.
Yes.
Super fun.
I listening to Joel last night, I just want to say this. I almost sent him a message, and I still might. But we've been listening to a lot of these creators for a long time now. You longer than I have, actually, because you were around the scene for a while before I dropped in.
I was instantly a fan of Joel. I didn't know about him right away, but somebody introduced me to him and was like, "You have to come in here. This guy is really great, and he's got this amazing voice." And I love music and singers, and so it was an instant fan.
Me too. I think that you sent me an invite to him the first time, like right after you started, because I started watching him right after you did, because you and I are like some of his longest subscribers around.
Just to brag a little. I know every now and then I'm like, I got to go in and send one of those free super chats just so I can brag about how long I've supported, how long I've been a dumpling or whatever.
Exactly.
So funny.
And one thing I just really want him to know, and I don't know, like, you know how sometimes a compliment can come off as, I don't know, almost condescending, though you're not trying to be. Like, if I were to say to you, Slay, you have grown so much, like, that might sound condescending coming from another adult, but I don't know how else to put it other than I have watched him grow so much in his arguments and even in his surety of, like, when he would first, like, come on the scene, like, a lot of times he was like, well, I don't know the Bible that well, and I don't know this, or I don't know that, or whatever, but he doesn't question himself like he used to. And now his arguments are very fresh. They're his own. These are not just things that he's heard from other people that he's regurgitating like I do when I use his arguments. I regurgitate some of Joel's arguments, or Mezzo's, or Justin's, or whatever. But they're very fresh. They're well thought out, and I don't know, like, he's just really grown.
I think that's what's so cool about being a part of this community and seeing that not just with Joel but with everyone. Like, I love, and I think I was one of the first that discovered Coco, and I know you're gonna have Coco on soon. I don't know if Coco even remembers me, but like, I was like, you guys have to go follow this kid. He is incredible. He's so smart. And it was the same thing. Like, I watched him he was like, I don't even know how to go live. I don't think I'm going to do this anymore. I was like, stick with it. You'll find it. And I mean, look at the growth there. And I don't think that's condescending at all. Like, I love when people can see the growth and me, because that's the goal, right? Like, we're all just
Right.
doing our best every day and trying to make the most of it, you know? And if people can see there's an improvement or that you've learned something, I think it's brilliant to point that out. So, yeah.
Okay, I will keep that in mind. Hi, Atheist Society. How are you?
I'm okay. How are you?
Good. What did you have today?
I just felt atheist. Like I wish, like I like the. I think I've seen progress on TikTok in the last year. I just wish we would could speed up the process and I think like as atheists, I feel like we should do a better job of helping people. But I don't know what we should do other than maybe getting organized and do marketing or something.
Are you in our
I
Discord?
Am I what?
Are you in our Discord?
No, I should probably get on Discord, but I spend enough time on TikTok as it is.
Well, I just asked because you say like you wish we would do more. I mean, I'm really proud of the things that we're doing, and I feel like we do make a lot of positive impact. You know, like it's really it's an uphill battle, right? Like unfortunately, I have a hard time believing this religion is going anywhere anytime soon, but it feels good to be a part of something where you can see there's small changes taking place and there is an impact, like every day we see that.
There really is. There really is. And it's, I just want you guys to know that it's not just about the fact that we are helping people deconstruct. We're helping people reconstruct as well, like with Tahir and Garnett's podcast. The reconstructing is a really big part of what happens after you deconstruct, figuring out who you are now, where you're going, what you're going to do. But we actually help people in our community because they don't have churches and family and people to go to anymore once they leave the church. Because when you leave the church, a lot of times there's nobody left in your life. And so you fall on hard times. You don't have your mom and dad to go to now. You don't have your brothers and sisters to say, hey, I lost my job. Can you help me out? You don't have those people because you left the church. And now they won't talk to you anymore. So this week alone, our small community has helped a family of 5 be able to get some groceries. We've helped a single mom who needed some help after just something really bad happened in her life and she needed some help. We helped a young man who recently found himself unemployed. And those are all behind the scenes. People don't see it. We don't like announce it every time like we help somebody in the community or whatever. These are just 3 people I know that we were able to help through the Deconstruction Junction Discord and through this community. And so we're doing it. But yeah, join the Discord if you want to be a part of something bigger than what you're seeing here on TikTok. It's free. The link is in my bio. There's 2 Discords in my bio. There's my Discord and the Deconstruction Junction, and they're both free to join, and anybody can join.
Have you ever gone to churches or do debates and anything or?
No, I don't tend to go out to Christians wanting to debate them or to their places, because the fact of the matter is that if I'm going to them, I know they're not open, they're not welcome. When they come here and they want to talk and they want to debate, then the onus is on them. They've made the decision that this is what they want to do.
I mean, it's frustrating for me. I think if somebody would have came to me even probably 10 minutes before my baptism and mentioned slavery, Leviticus 20:13, and maybe even maybe some stuff about the Gospel of John, even at 6 or 7 years old, I could have understood.
But how do you think that, if we really picture what that would look like in real life, what do you think would really happen if I walked up at a Christian baptism and said, wait, I want to stop this and tell this person about slavery? Do you think anybody in the church is going to even let me stay?
I mean, obviously most people are goners, but I don't know, it's just frustrating for me. I'm glad for the atheists on YouTube. I mean, it was purely by chance that I found out the truth, but I'm glad for TikTok. I think the truth is getting out there. I feel like, it's such a ridiculous religion. Like, I feel like we could crush it within a year, but I know that's gonna. I mean, atheists, they remind me of cats. It's like the proverbial herding cats. Like, I don't know if atheists will ever organize. So it's just gonna take time, but it's just frustrating.
And one of the reasons why, many atheists do organize. There's lots of things, like there's cities with atheist organizations. You have to look in your area, and like I said, join organizations when you find out that they're here. But the other thing is, we're not going to crush Christianity in a year. There's no way we could do that because of the indoctrination of children and the generations that it has affected. It's going to take so long in order to, I think they're predicting in 2066, somewhere around there, we will start to see the scales tip. But it's going to take time. I remember a book years ago called The Sidetracked Home Executive. And it would teach people, now we know, who have like ADHD or who are neurodivergent, who have trouble cleaning. I'm one of those people, by the way. How to organize and clean, but it did it in a different way, because people who are neurodivergent cannot just put things away. It doesn't work like that. They don't just do it instinctively like other people do, okay? And one of the first things the book said was, your entire house is a mess and you're not going to be able to clean it up in one day, because it didn't become a mess in one day. This mess that is in your house took years to create. And now we're not going to say it's going to take years to clean it up, but it's not going to be in one day. It's going to be in parts, in pieces, in time. It's going to take a little while to get it all clean from one end to the other. And that's the same with Christianity. It didn't evolve in one day. We cannot, it didn't evolve in 1 year. We can't crush it in 1 year, because we have to dismantle it piece by piece. So it's going to take a while.
I love the way you put that, Crystal. And I think just to add to it is, it's not going to just happen either. It takes consistent effort over time. And it takes people having the bravery and the courage and the willingness to use their voice when and where they can, and take action, and to speak up and to say, no, that's bigotry. No, that's hate. No, that's untrue. You believe a lie, and to stand against it. And it's exhausting work. It's unpretty. It is very hard to wake up every day and choose to do that fight and to do that work. But that's what it's going to take. And it's going to take a collective getting behind that goal as well. So I hear you. I mean, I had a phase during my deconstruction where I was just angry as fuck. And I wanted to just like be hateful and mean and dish it right back, because we see all the hate. And I think I was so angry because I was indoctrinated, and I was a part of something that I would have never, if I fully understood what I was a part of, what I was perpetuating, right, then I would have never been involved with it. I would have railed against it. But I didn't. I was a part of that machine for a time. And so I was just so angry with myself and with the system that indoctrinated me. And so it felt good to just hate on them and call them stupid and be angry. But sitting in that anger for a time, I think is healthy. It's a part of the process, right? But staying there forever is just not beneficial to everybody else. It's not beneficial for you. It's not to say we don't still get angry. Absolutely. the system is what we should, I guess I shouldn't, say should, but like, it's the systems, the belief systems that I want to direct my anger and wrath towards. And like Crystal said, it's going to take time, and it's a systematic dismantling of that.
I mean, they say patience is a virtue, but like, a lot of some of Christianity is like, it's kind of like the emperor has new clothes. You go there and you trust everybody, and like, I get where you guys are coming from, but like, it's like, Christianity is like an empire and it has no clothes. Like, yes, a lot of people are indoctrinated and goners, but I think there's a chance majority of Christians might be able to understand this. I don't know if it's a majority, but or at least I would hope at least like 10%. So like, we ought to be able to like overnight reduce Christianity by like at least 10%, if not 20% within a year.
Except there's a thing called cognitive dissonance. It's real and it exists, and because of cognitive dissonance, it takes long. Our brains just don't work like that. They just don't turn beliefs on and off. And I wish it were that simple. I really do.
I guess I don't know why I'm so special. Like, and like I don't know why people have trouble with deconstruction. It's like once I realized, like, oh wait a second, these Jehovah's Witnesses that are now former Jehovah's Witnesses are now atheists have points. Like, I don't know why it's so hard for me, but yeah, I guess maybe 99% of people's brains are fried, or maybe we just create a new organization for people whose brains actually work, or I don't know. It's just weird to me.
Well, I think there are, it's neural pathways, right? So we're rewiring. When you deconstruct an idea and a belief, what are you angry at the belief about? Yeah, Mike, if you want to talk about that, come up. We would love to talk with you. But I'm not.
It's an evil religion. That's why I'm angry. Like, it hurts people. Like, I think it helps cause people mental illness. It hurt me. It hurt my family. Like,
for sure.
Possibly ended like some close family members' marriage because they focus on this crazy religion instead of working on their marriage and stuff. Like, and like some of them, like, I think Christianity is like our main treatment for mental illness. That's another reason I think we need to organize, like especially people that like us that were former Christians. Like, I don't know if you guys, how big you were in it. Like, I guess my brain never stopped working, but like, we're a victim of psychosis. Like, I think we need, like, I was trying to get atheist churches are going, but obviously we can't do that because of the trauma. Like, people, like, Christianity causes so much damage. Like, atheists can't even, like, have to be careful how they organize because of the trauma. But like, I really think we need organization, like mental health, because like, the reality is majority of our society is Christianity, and they are doing absolutely nothing. So I think atheists need to step up and help convert people and help people with psychosis and bring people back together, because our society is horrible.
Well, I will say that is the work that we are doing. So join the Discord so you can see that change in place, and it might help balance things out a little bit for you, because I hear the frustration for you, but I also know that there is work being done. It's just, we need more people. As we grow, it's going to help shift the needle even more. But I just want to encourage the thought that nobody is beyond the capacity for change. I think that's something that Christianity definitely teaches, is this dogmatic, like, dichotomy, black and white. They're never going to change. They're beyond saving. They're stupid. They can't think for themselves. They're just never going to. No, there are, avenues for change for any person at any age. And I truly do believe that. And I know that for some, it's going to take longer. Listen, for me, it took 7 years of fighting with this and 2 hospital stays with psychosis. So I have firsthand experience with that. And I know what it does to your brain. And I was indoctrinated. I was indoctrinated at 5, or around 3 to 5. And so, that's just my story. But
Oh, Mike, we're not gonna message you. This is a live conversation. If you don't want to come up, come back another day and talk to us. I'm sorry, Shley. Go ahead.
that's okay. I just really, and maybe I'm naive, maybe, but I really don't think so. I think that people are capable of changing. I don't think that their minds are just broken. I think it's just going to take time and repetition of putting these ideas out there, questioning.
She must have got a call or something.
Can you hear
Did
me?
you have? Okay, now we can. Yeah.
Sorry, I did get a phone call. I don't know how to shut off those. Anyways, I'm ranting. I just want to put that out there that nobody's beyond capacity for change. They can change
I
their,
agree.
and it
I
is
agree.
possible. That's why we
I
do
was
what
a
we do.
right-wing conservative Christian.
I
and
was in for
changed
32
in my
years.
40s.
Yeah.
Nerd, did you have something you wanted to share?
Yeah, I thought this was a really interesting conversation about like the harm that religion causes, because I grew up Mormon, and one of the thing that led me out of the church was actually leaving a toxic relationship and learning about the narcissistic patterns of abuse. And I think that that's something that a lot of people don't understand, and they don't recognize the way that they're being harmed by religion because they were indoctrinated into it. So they've been raised in an environment where they're constantly being told that the way that God is and the way that the Bible words things, all of this is supremely loving. And I've noticed in these debate lives, or lives where people are encouraged to question their beliefs, something that consistently happens is that once they butt up against that cognitive dissonance, they either expand their understanding and grow and deconstruct, or they become very violent and aggressive. And that's baked
Fight or flight.
into the Bible. What does God do when people don't do what he wants them to? He destroys them. And so they're mirroring the patterns of abuse that they have been indoctrinated to accept as loving. It's Stockholm syndrome. But because so many people don't have the basic self-awareness to recognize that they don't actually align with what they've been told their whole lives, they never question it. And it's really difficult for them to take a step back and recognize that this stuff is in fact harming them.
I agree. Hey guys, I'm gonna go ahead and drop you both down. Thank you for coming up. I appreciate the conversation this
course.
morning. John, are you a Christian?
Yes, I'm a Christian. How you
Okay,
doing
and
today?
are you over 18?
Yes, I am.
All right. Well, today we want to talk with Christians about what if you're wrong. And the reason we're asking you this question is because many times we will have Christians tell us, what if you are wrong? If you're wrong, you're going to burn in hell. But if I'm wrong, nothing. It's okay if I'm wrong. But the thing is, if Christianity is wrong, I believe that it has done untold amount of damage to society. And we can just start with women being submissive to men. Because of that, women were not allowed in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. So the amount of advancement is untold. We will never know how much further we could have advanced as a society if the entire society had been working on it instead of just men. We know that the Bible was used to continue slavery into the Atlantic slave trade. We know that the Bible has been used for wars, for inquisitions, for so many horrific things. So what we're asking you today is, what do you think about? What if you are wrong?
Well, if I'm wrong, I guess it's nothing, right? Nothing happens.
I just named everything
Oh,
that happened because you were
said-
wrong.
Well, you said if I'm sorry, I'm misunderstanding what you're saying. Are you saying if I'm wrong in terms of the moral aspect of it, or am I wrong in terms
You're
of that?
wrong about everything. There is no Yahweh. There is no Jesus.
So if there's
What
no
if you're
God,
wrong?
if I'm wrong, then nothing happens, right?
Well, the thing
Are you?
that
Are you?
Crystal is trying to say, Jonathan, whoever,
Yeah,
is throughout history and the things that we're seeing today. Are you American?
I am.
Okay. So you know the state of our country, you know the things that are going on, and we may see things differently, but we could probably both agree that there's some awful, atrocious things taking place, and people are being harmed. And the way that we see it is it's in the name of this religion. This religion has justified a lot of harm, to put it lightly. So that's what we're trying to get you to consider.
Okay, so you're saying you're talking about the moral aspect of it, or are you talking about like the consequences of the actions? Because if it's wrong, it's wrong, right? I mean, if it's wrong, then it's not justified to be done at all,
I'm not
right?
talking about what if you're morally wrong. I'm talking about what if your belief system is wrong. It doesn't exist. If your belief system was wrong from day one, and you
Right.
guys have done all of these things in the name of a God who isn't real, then hasn't untold tragic things happened because of this religion?
Have people used religion for bad purposes? Yes, I would agree. People
No,
use
that's not what I said. They've used it exactly the way it was intended.
Okay.
They didn't use it wrong. They're using it exactly the way it was intended.
So you're saying what if I'm wrong? Are you saying what if God doesn't exist?
Yes.
Or are you saying, well, if God doesn't exist, then there's no consequence to the actions, right? They're wrong for their actions.
No, that's
So
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You're saying what if I'm wrong? I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, then the actions aren't justified. That's a short answer to your question, right?
the actions of the past aren't justified, you mean? So
They're not good. They're not good if it's not true. Then
Right.
it's not true, right?
okay, that's great. We agree with that. They're not
Okay.
justified.
Now, can I pose a counter argument?
Sure.
Counter question. What if it's true?
No,
What if
we're
God
not going to go to what if it's true, because we talk about that every day. Today, I want you to, for once, put yourself in somebody else's position. I'm so tired of Christians going, hey, put yourself in our position. We have to do that all the time. You guys won't leave us alone about Christianity. I'm asking you for once to go, holy shit, what if we've been wrong this whole time and women are equal to men? Holy shit, what if we've been wrong this whole time and all of those witches were just innocent men and women who got killed in the name of something that didn't exist, that was imaginary? What if we are wrong and the Spanish Inquisition was just people massacring people? What if we were wrong? What if we were wrong? John, what if you are wrong? What does that mean to humanity as a whole?
And I just want to, John, I just want you to think about for a second. Sit with this, right? What she just said, okay? Because you kind of did just gloss right over it as if it were nothing. We have history to go on that shows us the way that this religion has impacted not just our society here in America, but the world. So like the impact of that and how it's impacting the world today as well. And what if you're wrong in light of that? So it's not just like, oh, well, then whoops, I guess let's move on.
So, I'm sorry. What's your name? Shay? Shay?
Schley,
Okay.
with an L.
Okay, Shalay. So I'm just conceding the position that I'm just wrong and there's nothing else to be discussed. I'm just wrong. That's
No,
it.
I'm asking you to look at it. Why can't you
No,
look at that? I have to tell you
I,
something. It's kind of funny because for the past few days I've been asking this question, or
I mean, I've
we've
already
done this
conceded.
show
I've already
before.
conceded that I could be wrong. But I'm saying, am I gonna? Is this a discussion, or is it just me just
You
conceding
haven't talked about it. You haven't said anything to what
that?
I've
Okay,
said.
so
You just
so okay, so
you haven't gone like, okay, here's what it would mean. And, oh wow, that
there's
might
no
suck. Or
okay. Do you want me to respond back? Okay, so if there is no God and there is no right and wrong, then there is no such thing as sin. There is no such thing as morals. We only
no,
decide.
that's not true. Morals exist. Those are man-made. Those have nothing to do with God.
Okay.
God
Okay.
talks about sin. He never talks about
Okay.
morals in the Bible.
Well, would you say evil is a spiritual concept, or you say that's just a man-made concept too?
I think that it depends on how you're using the word evil. I believe that we use it colloquially, if you will. But if you mean evil in that there's a spirit behind somebody doing something, that is a religious concept. If you mean doing something very bad that's really heinous, then yeah, I believe there's evil in the world. I believe people do heinous acts.
Right. So can we say that evil is subjective, or you could say it's what people believe. A person believes like what
I
you said.
believe all morals are subjective.
Right. So nobody's right or wrong.
No,
Or
that doesn't mean nobody's right or wrong. Subjective means that it comes from a mind.
okay, so it comes from
Objective, subjective means it comes from a mind. Objective means that something is mind independent, and there's nothing on this earth that we don't use a mind for. All our morals come from a mind. Even if you're a Christian and you believe your morals come from God, then it comes from God's mind, and therefore also subjective.
Okay. So do you think information comes from a mind, or information is just it doesn't exist?
Information can come from many places.
I mean, like, okay,
Information,
so like words on a page. Words on a page, is that evidence of a mind, or is that evidence of a non-intelligence?
words on a page come from a mind.
Okay.
I
So
don't think they just appear out of nowhere.
okay, so you believe that words and information comes from a mind.
I do not believe all information comes from a mind. I believe I can receive information like from a plant. A plant can give me information by me observing it, and it doesn't have a mind.
Okay, but
My mind would take it in.
but that would be science, right? That would be things you can observe, test, and reproduce, right? So you're observing nature, you're not observing information, because information would
I'm
be like
receiving information
Mhm.
from the plant.
So like
It
for
is
example,
giving me information,
let me
but it
clarify.
doesn't have a mind.
Okay, so like if you were walking in the woods and you saw like
Why
what's your
don't you
name?
just get to the point of why you want to know?
Okay,
You
because
really don't know what my name is?
oh, I'm
Really?
sorry, Crystal, sorry. Okay, so so information can come from a mind, or it cannot come from a mind. Or you agree with that?
Yes, but what's your point?
Okay, so if you see crystal written in the woods, would you conclude that that came from a mind, or would you conclude that that didn't come from a mind?
I would conclude it came from a mind
Why?
because it's written.
So the fact that
Language
your
came
name,
from humans.
okay, so the fact that it's a language, not that it's just words, it's information there, right? That you can recognize.
Would you please get to the point instead of your analogy? Because I
Okay.
think this is a horrible analogy. Just spit out what you're trying to say to me.
Okay, so the fact that we can look at information, a lot of people will say, well, information doesn't point to a source, but the information can point to a mind. Just like you said, your name being in the sand points to a mind. So just like looking at plants actually are designed to receive sunlight, right?
They're not designed, but they do receive sunlight just like I do.
Okay, so is that information?
Could you please? You still haven't gotten to the point. I don't want you to keep
Okay,
talking about
so
information.
so
Tell me what your
so
bottom line
okay.
is.
So a building points to a builder. The building
Oh,
in
you're
and of
trying to
itself.
say that we had to have a creator? Why didn't you just freaking say that?
Well, I was trying to explain it to you that information points to a mind. So
No,
do
that's
you agree?
not true, though. I do not agree. I don't agree that there's any proof of creation on this earth. Nothing. There's nothing that proves it. This is the watchmaker fallacy. And first of all, even if do you know what the watchmaker fallacy is, John?
I'm not sure of the argument, but can you explain it
If
to
you
me?
find a watch in the beach and you see it, you know that somebody made it. And so obviously everything else has to be created too, because the
Right.
watch didn't just appear there. Okay. Well, first of all, let me tell you one problem with the watchmaker fallacy. Watches aren't made by one being. Watches are made by many people. Watches are designed by engineers. The parts are made by machinists. The jewels are made, the gems that go inside them are made by jewelers. It takes several. So are you saying that there were several gods who created the universe? Because
Well,
if you're going to
the-
say that if everything has a designer, then I'm going to tell you that most designs end up being made by more than one person. Okay? Not a single person. But second of all, I don't believe that something came from nothing. And if you tell me that a God created everything, you believe something came from nothing. You believe some invisible entity poofed everything into existence without any matter to use to create the things that they created. That's creating something from nothing. I believe that things in the universe have been here for an eternity, whether that is space, time, matter, or all of the above. And I don't think I'll find out in my lifetime. But I also don't care. Nothing proves that it's a creator. And even if you could prove a creator, that doesn't prove it's Yahweh, and it doesn't prove that Jesus rose from the dead. So
okay.
can we get back to what if you're wrong?
Yeah, if I'm wrong, then there's no consequence to I mean, if I'm wrong, then the things the things that people do are wrong too.
Okay, John, tell that to the people that are in literal concentration camps. Tell that to the women who have been oppressed over the course of history. Tell that to people who were enslaved. Right?
Okay. Right. So you're
That's the impact that
Those
we
are the
want you to
consequences.
consider. Okay. And it's not something of just the past. It is actively harming people currently in our country because we have Christian nationalists who want to run this country. And history is repeating itself currently. And these are the things we want you to consider.
okay, but isn't Christianity based on the teachings of Christ?
Christianity is the teachings of Christ, and Christ taught
Right.
to follow the laws and the prophets, and that's the Old Testament. So it's
Okay,
the whole Bible.
Did Jesus have any slaves?
But he did not condemn them. And
Well,
I don't know if he did. It never says whether he did or he didn't. So I don't think you can make that point.
Okay, well, it doesn't explicitly say whether or not he had slaves or not, but I mean,
Right.
he had disciples.
doesn't.
He had disciples. He had disciples who followed him, and he willingly laid down his life, right?
Oh, Haji's saying Jesus did have slaves. I'm going to bring her up. Let's see what she has to say about this.
So didn't Jesus lay down his life for the sheep? He said he was a good shepherd, and he laid down his life for the sheep.
For the lost sheep of Israel. Hi, Hanji.
Right.
So did Jesus have slaves? Is that something you know about?
There is. So, according to the New Testament, there is correlation that the apostles, or quote unquote the disciples, they were indeed his slaves, especially Mary. Mary and I believe Peter and John were his main slaves. And when he brings in the Old Testament about the Levitical and Mosaic law, he's still allowing slavery to happen. He didn't condemn it. He didn't get rid of it. He fulfilled it and kept it going. So in a way, technically, by today's terms, yes, Jesus did in fact have slaves.
Okay, so what did Jesus say about slavery?
He didn't say anything about it. He said to
Wait,
don't
I
treat
think he
your
does.
don't treat your slave with harshness.
What did Jesus say about slavery? What's something he said about it?
She just told
I
you.
just told you. Were you not listening?
What,
Do
you said
not
he had-
treat your
go ahead,
slave
sorry.
with harshness.
Okay. So he basically told people to treat people fairly, right?
He told, do not treat your slave with harshness, for slaves to obey their masters.
John, I want you to hear what you just said, okay? We gave you this specific wording, and then you inferred from that wording. That is fallacious thinking, okay? That
said
is
you gave me-
not...
You said you gave me wording and I did what?
You
said I
you inferred your own meaning onto the text.
No, I said what did Jesus say about slavery? When did I put my own meaning on it?
Crystal, is that what you're pulling up now?
No, I'm not, but I can. Didn't need me to pull it up something else, but I can.
Because I think this is important, because these are the little things that you do to justify your belief, right? You gloss over the atrocities that are in the Bible that you live your life by. You gloss over that stuff and you cherry pick what feels good, what sounds good. And then with the things that are not so pleasant, you infer your own understanding and you project what you want Jesus to look like onto the text without any justification of doing so. And that is not a good way to think about things critically.
Like when did I gloss over the scripture? I went with what you said. When did I
Because
gloss
you
over?
literally considered the slave equal to someone who is a fellow man, when that's clearly not what the text says. It says
So
to not lean on your own understanding, which is exactly what you did. You also changed the wording of the scripture when it even tells you not a letter, not even a tittle or stroke of a letter should change until the heavens and earth pass away. You are blaspheming.
Okay, did Jesus refer to himself as a slave?
I'm also giving you a whole lot of credit here because it could also just be that you're a liar. So either you're ignorant on how to consider things critically, or you are being dishonest.
He's very ignorant.
I'm ignorant? Okay. So I ask you a simple question. Why do I have to be a liar?
Okay,
That's not, I don't,
listen. She said you either are or you aren't. So you can choose which one you are.
Okay, I said, did Jesus refer to himself as a slave? And then you said...
I don't know. John, did he? Did he?
Yes, he did.
Tell me the Bible verse. I'll look it up.
What is it, Mark? Is it Mark 10:45?
10:44. Whoever wishes to be first among you must be a slave for all. That's not him calling himself a slave.
10:45.
10:45. Okay, let me look at it up. Mark 10:45. For the Son of Man came not to be served, but to serve and to give his life a ransom for many. He doesn't call himself a slave. He's saying he's going to serve people.
He said he's a...
You guys always point that out, that a servant is not a slave. You guys always love to point that out.
But now when it wants to fit their narrative.
Right. So don't be turning him into slave.
Well,
but what I can tell you is that nowhere does he condemn it. And I don't know why you want to defend this. Like, what part of your brain goes, I need to make it okay? Wait, I'm talking. I'm literally in the middle of a sentence. Don't do that.
He doesn't allow women to finish.
You're going to allow me to finish. If you are Jesus Christ and you love everybody, at what part don't you say, hey, don't own other people, but instead you say things, who then is faithful, wise, Who then is the faithful and wise slave whom his master has put in charge of his household? These are his words. To give the other slaves their allowance of food at the proper time. Blessed is the slave whom his master will find at work when he arrives. Ah, blessed be him. At that point, he could have said, free all the slaves. So
Literally.
anything short of free all the slaves does me no good with your Jesus.
Okay, can you explain Mark 10:45?
I don't
We
care.
just literally
I
just
told
told
you
you.
that.
You don't care?
I just
Did you just say?
no. I literally do not care. I just told
Oh,
you
okay.
anything short of free all the slaves, I don't care.
Oh, okay.
A
So you
God
don't.
that can't say free all the slaves is a weak, impotent God who does not love people, nor does he value
Okay.
them.
But we discussed we discussed that Christians follow Jesus' example, right?
Right, and they enslave people because he
Right.
said,
So,
be good
so
masters.
Jesus basically said. So Jesus basically said he was a servant to all. Can you explain to me what he means by that?
No, I
He's there
really
to
can't
serve
because I
under
don't.
his father. It's not that hard to comprehend. Slavery and servitude are completely different, like you, Malachias, like to argue.
Can,
It's not chattel slavery, it's indentured servitude. Well, guess
can,
what? That's what he's describing here. Indentured servitude.
John,
I
To
just
his
brought up
father.
do you
I
think
just
words
brought up one
are
verse.
more powerful than action?
Okay, so
Do you think
just
words
Oh,
and
that's a good question.
explanation
just
are
brought up
more
one verse.
powerful than action? Because the result, the action, the effect of the words in the scripture is that people have used these same verses you're defending to justify enslaving other people. That
Okay.
is fucking disgusting.
So if I took a
Great
book that
Congo,
you
by the way.
so if you wrote a book a hundred years from now, somebody took your book and said, "Oh, I'm gonna do something bad
It
because
was in the original
Slay said it.
language of the Greek and it was
Slay
in the
said so."
original language of the Hebrew. It wasn't something that was added later. You could even read it in the original languages.
Okay.
It was about owning people as slaves forever.
So I really would like an answer for Mark 10:45.
I really would
I
like
already
you
did.
to answer host topic.
You never answered. You said you don't have to.
John, I did before that, and you didn't listen. I'll tell you it again, okay? And
Okay.
then we're gonna move on, okay?
Okay.
John 45, he says he's gonna be a servant to all. Hanji
Mark
already
40,
told you.
Mark 10:45.
Mark 40, 10:45, whatever. Okay, he says he's gonna be a servant to all. That is a servant. It doesn't say what he means by that. He doesn't clarify. He says he's gonna be a servant to all. However, all throughout his teaching, he tells you that the all is the lost sheep of Israel. It does not actually
Not
mean
true.
everybody. It means the
Okay.
lost sheep of Israel. He even says at one point, don't go out to the Gentiles. Only
And then what?
the lost sheep
And
of
then what did
Israel.
he say after that? And then what did he say after that?
That's Paul's teaching.
He said, "Don't go." No, wait, no. When he said, "Don't go in the way of Samaritans," who was the woman at the well?
You know that was added in the 5th century. It's not even part of the original scripture.
No, who was the woman at the well?
Again, it was added in the 5th century. It is not part of the original scripture. Are you incompetent
what?
of understanding?
Can
Well-
I ask you a question, John? Why do you keep
Go ahead.
asking questions instead of just saying what you have to say? Stop it. You're not testing.
Okay, so
me.
Jesus-
and you won't
okay,
win a
Mark-
test either. Mark,
Because
tell
you-
us the book, chapter, and verse, and then tell us what you think it says.
Okay, Mark 10:45. Jesus is basically giving us an example that he came to this earth to lay down his life for his people. Anyone who believes in him will receive eternal life. And the woman, there was actually a few Gentiles that he
That's
actually
Paul's
spoke to.
teachings. That's not
No, it's not.
Jesus's.
No, it's not. Jesus said
Yes,
he came to lay.
it is.
No, he said.
You're just
when
a
he went to the-
Paulite. Just go ahead and say it. I follow
Did he
the
heal
teachings
did
of
he heal-
Paul, not Jesus.
Did he heal the
Let me
Syrophoenician?
hear John. Let me hear John out, Hundred. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean,
John.
did Jesus heal the Syrophoenician woman's child? The Gentile woman's child?
Oh my gosh, are you really going to bring up that story? That's a horrible story to bring up, John. I don't think you want to pivot over there. That's not a beautiful story.
Wait,
about
did he
Jesus.
did he do a miracle for them? Did he heal them?
After she,
After he called her a slur, after he called her a dog and made her beg, that's not
Well,
a loving
isn't
God.
a
That's
dog a part? Wait, didn't the Syrophoenician woman, she didn't see it as a slur. She said the
Yes,
dogs
she
eat
did.
no, she said the dogs eat the crumbs. The dogs are a part of the household. They eat the crumbs from the master's table. That's not a slur.
You're joking.
Oh,
Yes,
you
it is
gotta
a
be
slur.
kidding me.
He said the dog.
So if I come to you and I say I'm hungry, thank you, Jesus had it coming. So if I come to you and I'm telling you I'm hungry, and you go, I don't feed dogs, and I go, okay, all right, fine, I'm a dog, but can you give me some crumbs? You don't see that at just me
But
groveling at your feet. That's disgusting. I cannot
okay.
imagine for one. Do you have kids?
Why are you
What
opposing
kind of example is this for
you're
women?
I
imposing
hope
your,
he hasn't
Girls.
procreated.
you're imposing your
Do you have-
interpretation on the scripture. I'm trying.
No,
I'm
I'm
trying to
not.
explain.
No, I'm
like
not.
you
The
said,
Those
original
are
this is
literally
power-
the words. You
That's
are
not-
In
the
the
one
original
that's-
Greek, it is a dog. It is a slur, and it is still used as a slur in certain parts of the Mediterranean to this day. Miss me with
Okay,
that
so
bullshit.
so why would Jesus heal her daughter if he didn't he thought so unlikely of
Because
a
she
Gentile?
dehumanized
care why.
herself.
She dehumanized herself.
Yes.
She was already
He
human.
did
What do you
not
mean?
heal
Yes.
he did not heal her daughter until she admitted to the fact that she was a dog.
It
Because
was a
in that same
dangling carrot.
And what do you,
passage, in
and
that same passage, he literally told his disciples when they were saying, "Hey, this woman is yelling after you. Have her, should we take her away?" And he says, "Fear not, for I only came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel." And then they're like, "Well, she keeps yelling. What do we do?" And then
okay,
that's when
I'll
he
give you
goes
another
up to her
example.
and calls her a skilos.
Wait,
So
wait,
your
wait,
words,
wait, wait. You
yes,
brought
Jesus
up
said,
a story, John.
yeah,
Just a minute. You brought up a story about the woman at the well, the Samaritan woman, and then
yes,
Jesus identifies himself as the Messiah, and you
yes.
think that that's him going out into all the world. Samaritans
I
are
didn't say that was him going.
Israelites.
I never said he was. I never said he went into all the world. I said that he was
This
speaking
was
to
when we.
non-Israelites.
She
Can I
is
finish
an
my sentence?
Israelite. A
Okay,
Samaritan
ma'am.
is an
Crystal,
Israelite. No, I
Crystal,
want
can
you
I?
to address what I just said. Address what I just said. She's an
Okay, what did you say?
Israelite.
She's an
No,
Israelite.
Yes.
I'm telling you she is.
Why did
And
he?
you're
Why
acting
did they
like
say?
she's a Gentile. She's an Israelite.
Okay,
Samaritans
so
were Israelite. They were just a lower form because this entire book is about supremacy and who is better than who. And Jesus is letting her know, like, even though you're a lowly little Samaritan.
okay, so um, he says what was it say? Women. Jesus replied, "Believe me, the time is coming when you will worship the Father neither in this mountain nor in Jerusalem. You Samaritans, you Samaritans worship what you do not know. We worship what we know, for salvation is of the Jews. Yet a time is coming and has now come when the true worshiper will worship the Father in the Spirit and in truth, for they are the kind worships that the Father seeks. God is the Spirit, and his worshipers must worship him in spirit and in truth." And then the woman said, "I know that the Messiah who called Christ is coming. When he comes, he will explain everything to us." And Jesus declared, "I, the one speaking to you, am he." So Jesus basically is offering salvation to the world, but he went first to his people because that was the promise. He had to speak to his people first.
What
And then
the fuck? No.
okay, when Jesus
It
said,
was only the world involving them because
no,
the
no,
diaspora already happened between the Jewish people when they were spread out throughout the world. It didn't mean the world in its
this is not
entirety.
true.
It meant the
Okay,
Jewish people around the world that were dispersed during this time.
when Jesus healed the Roman centurion servant, was that a Jew, or was that a Roman? It was a Jew. In Matthew chapter 8, when he healed the Roman centurion servant.
Wait.
Jew.
Even if it wasn't, who is saying he can't heal people that are only Israelites?
Because you said
We're saying
salvation.
he's.
Because you
Excuse
said,
me. I am talking. I really hate that, John. I really hate it. Stop doing that to me. I have let you talk. I even asked my
go
friend
ahead.
Hanji, be quiet so he can talk.
Go ahead.
Don't do it to me. I don't even know what I was saying now. It's so rude.
About
Quit doing it to me.
about Jesus basically giving salvation, like that's supposed to
Oh,
make any fucking
yeah.
difference.
Healing and giving salvation are two different things. He did not come to save everybody. He only came to save the lost sheep of Israel. Who said he can't heal other people? I never said that he couldn't heal other people. I don't know when he fed everybody if all those people were Jewish. I didn't go and check their papers.
So what if you're wrong?
What if I'm wrong about what?
You said he only wanted to save only Jews, but if you look at Matthew chapter 8, it said that he healed the Roman centurion, and he said his faith was greater than.
I don't care what.
Let me finish my sentence. Let me finish my sentence. You can say what you want, okay? He said, "I have not seen so great faith, no, not even in Israel." The Roman centurion was not a Jew, but yet he respected his faith as being greater than that of the Israelites. So you explain that to me.
Does he say you're going to go to heaven?
Yes, he did.
No,
He said,
read it to me.
Look, he said, when Jesus heard this, Matthew chapter 8, verse 10, when Jesus heard this, he was amazed and said to those following him, "Truly I tell you, I have not found, excuse me, I have not found anyone in Israel with such great faith. I say to you that many will come from the east and the west and will take their places at the feast with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob in the kingdom of heaven. But the subjects of the kingdom will be thrown outside in the darkness, and there will be weeping and gnashing of teeth." Okay. And then Jesus said to the centurion, "Go, let it be done just as you believed it would." And the servant was healed.
Nowhere does he say he'll be in heaven. Nowhere in
Yes,
there
he
does
will
it say
be.
that.
He just said the faith was greater.
does.
He just said, yes, he did.
I'm going to read it again. Okay, John, I'm going to read it again because we'll
Okay, how did Jesus say people were justified?
Excuse me, I am talking again and you're doing it again. Schley, do you have muting powers? Because if you do, I'd like you to mute him every time.
I do.
Every time he interrupts me, okay? Matthew 8, 5 through 13. When he entered Capernaum, I don't know how to say Capernaum, a centurion came to him, appealing to him and saying, "Lord, my servant is lying at home, paralyzed in terrible distress." And he said to him, "I will come."
John,
Don't kick up. Come back out.
this is for you, and it is so disrespectful to leave the app.
Pay attention.
You actually listening?
Listen, I'm here.
You're here and you're listening.
Don't leave the app. When he entered Capernaum, a centurion came to him, appealing to him and saying, "Lord, my servant is lying at home, paralyzed in terrible distress." And he said to him, "I will come and cure him." The centurion answered, "Lord, I am not worthy to have you come under my roof, but only speak the word, and my servant will be healed. For I also am a man under authority with soldiers under me, and I say to one, 'Go,' and he goes, and to another, 'Come,' and he comes, and to my slave, oh, look, a slave, 'Do this,' and the slave does it." When Jesus heard him, he was amazed and said to those who followed him, "Truly I tell you, in no one in Israel have I found such faith. I tell you, many will come from east and west and will take their place at the banquet with Abraham and Isaac and Jacob in the kingdom of heaven, while the heirs of the kingdom will be thrown into outer darkness, where there will be weeping and gnashing of teeth." And to this centurion, Jesus said, "Go, let it be done for you according to your faith." And the servant was healed in that hour. Nowhere in those verses does he ever say, because of the faith of the centurion, he will get to eat at that banquet table. He does not say that. It is not implied. You are adding that to the script. Now you may talk.
Okay. I believe that you're being dishonest, because if I say that you have such great faith that your servant will be healed, and then I describe why they'll be in heaven, it's not like he's saying that his servant, that his faith is so great that he's not going to make it to heaven. That doesn't make any sense. That's not even
He doesn't say it. You are totally assuming that, and I'm sorry. And also, at no point do we know whether this servant is Jewish or not. We have no idea. It doesn't say. So, for all we know, he just healed a Jewish person.
Okay, so we're going to assume. Okay, so we're going to assume that he was a Jew, even though it doesn't say it. It says
No,
Roman
I'm not going to assume anything.
That's what you just
I
said.
don't assume. No, I said we don't know.
Okay, we
For
don't know. Okay.
all we know, he could be Jewish.
Okay.
We
Okay, he
don't
could be
know.
Jewish. Okay.
Because I actually read the words that are on the page and I do not add to them and I do not take away from them. I don't go, he was Roman because the centurion was Roman. That's not true. I don't know that.
Okay.
I don't go, oh, the Roman gets to go to heaven because Jesus mentioned heaven. He didn't say that. I'm not adding that to the text.
Okay. Okay.
You, however, are adding to the text.
Okay.
And just to point out, John, I'd like for you to, this is on YouTube, you can watch it back. And I want you to pay attention to how many times that you actually have added or inferred meaning when it wasn't there.
I'm inferring meaning.
Yes, and you've added to the text.
Okay, so when Jesus healed people and he did miracles, he says that their faith saved them. Their faith made them whole, right? So you're saying that doesn't matter anything. He's just healing people because they're not going to heaven. Is that what you're saying?
I'm not.
Oh my
I'm
gosh, do you
saying
not
that
listen?
I can only go by what the text says. I am
Okay.
not going to add meaning to what Jesus
Okay,
did if he didn't say it out of his own mouth.
Okay, Matthew 28:19. Therefore, go make the disciples of all nations,
I'm not
baptizing
going to
them,
go. Yes, Matthew 28:19.
baptizing them in the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit, and teaching them to obey everything I have commanded you. Surely I'm with you always, even to the very end of the age. So all the nations, the ethnos, the nations, the nationalities of people, he basically said to go into all the world and make nations of all people. So he taught that everybody could be saved, not just Israelites. And the Israelite is not one outwardly, is one inwardly. John the Baptist said, you say that you're of Abraham, you do well, but God is able of these stones to bring up children unto Abraham. But those, he said, bring forth fruit, meet for repentance. So the circumcision is of the heart and not just of the flesh. And when those
That's Paul.
no, well,
It
yeah.
is.
But John, I was saying what John the Baptist was saying when he said when he seen the Pharisees coming to his baptism. He said, "Think not to say within yourselves, you're Abraham's seed."
It's for Israelites in all nations. What part of this are you not understanding? Holy shit, dude.
I mean, you're supposed to be a lady. Why are you
Why
talking like
did
a?
Jesus say not
I
go to
am
the
a lady.
Gentiles?
Let's not
How
tone
come you,
police. Let's not.
John, how come you don't address the fact that Jesus said don't go to the Gentiles?
Because that was the first part of his ministry. He was directed to go to his people first, and then he went to the
Really?
outside.
Where's that?
Yeah.
Where is
That's
that?
why. That's just like
Where's in the Bible that God directs Jesus first go to the Israelites and then go to everybody? And why did he go to everybody? Do you know why he went to everybody?
Why did he go to everybody?
Yeah,
Because
do you
that's
know
where
why?
because his message was to his people, and then his disciples went and spread it to the other nations.
No,
Like it
John.
says
It's because the
in Matthew-
Israelites didn't want that bullshit. And so he went to the Gentiles because Paul was like, the Israelites don't like this, so let's go to the Gentiles. And you know what it says about what's going to happen with the Gentiles when y'all get to heaven? Y'all going to be servants of the Israelites. You're going to be their slaves.
Yep.
So why are you gish galloping all around this text and apologizing for a God that's going to treat you like a
didn't
slave?
apologize
That
for
sounds
anything.
like a wasted life to me.
Mm-hmm.
What a
So
shame.
Do you know what apologize means
just
when we're
talk over me.
talking about the scripture?
And will.
Apologize means to make excuses for what it says. It doesn't mean you're sorry. She doesn't mean that
Okay.
you apologized.
Well, I'm being honest, and it seems like you're
You
not.
haven't been honest the whole time you've been up
You've been
there.
talking over me the whole time.
Oh, fucking cope like you weren't doing it to the host. Boo-hoo, cry me a fucking river.
You have to talk with respect to get respect, and you're being very
You
disrespectful.
haven't earned my respect.
Okay.
I don't respect misogynistic slave apologists.
What did I say?
Let's start there.
What did I say misogynistic? When did I say something
Trying to
wrong?
tone police
don't-
me because I like to curse?
Oh, that's my misogynistic because I say for you to have some class.
You wouldn't
Okay.
say that.
No,
to
that
a
is
man,
misogynistic.
John. You
So
wouldn't
you
tell a
so you
man
don't
not
want
to
so you want me to
curse.
disrespect you?
Oh, you could try.
Oh my gosh, that sounds.
Listen,
ignorant.
no,
You could fucking try.
we're not going to do all that right now. We're trying to have a conversation today. And what I found is that you're doing what so many Christians do when they come up here. The question is, What if you're wrong and somehow I have to keep proving to Christians all of the errors in their Bible instead of talking about what if they're wrong? You know, I don't know. I don't understand why we
I've
can't
demonstrated
address that, but
I've
I'm going to
demonstrated
go
that
ahead
Jesus
and say
Jesus is the
goodbye
greatest
today,
standard,
John.
and your religion.
John, I'm going to go ahead and say goodbye to you. If you want to come back another day on another topic, that'll be
Okay, I
great.
appreciate the
But we're going to go ahead and go. Hanji, thank you for coming up. I love you. Have a
Love
good
you.
day.
You too. Have
Hey, Angel, are you a Christian or a believer of the God of the Bible?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and are you over 18?
Yes, I am.
All right, so today's topic is what if you're wrong? And the question is because so many times we get asked as non-believers, what if we are wrong? And they'll say, oh, if you're wrong, you're going to hell. But if I'm wrong, there's nothing bad about me being wrong. But I want Christians to understand that if they're wrong, a lot of bad things have happened, including the fact that women have been held back in this society due to the Abrahamic religions. And because we've been held back in STEM specifically, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, 50% of the world has literally been held back not to be included in the advancements. I think we as a society could have advanced further. But there's many other things that have been harmed due to this belief. And I want to know, what do you think about that?
Okay. So I don't think that just stems from the Abrahamic religions. You see it in certain periods in Hinduism where women were held back. You see it in Confucianism as a social
Oh,
system.
I agree. I think there's many reasons, but right now, because the Abrahamic religions, if you take the whole three of them, they outnumber all, if you take all three of them together, they outnumber all of them. And because of that, laws are being put in place in countries across the world based on specifically Islam and Christianity, more so than Judaism. And because of those laws, women are still being held back, not because of Hinduism, not because of other things, but specifically due to Islam and Christianity.
Yeah, so I think the problem is that people distort what is being said. And here's a good example. So
I can't hear you if you're talking. Slay, can you hear?
hold on a second.
Oh, there you go.
Sorry, I got a client call. I passed it. So
okay.
no, this conversation is better. So a couple things take it out of context, and here's why. So here's a common example. Wives should be submissive, to their husbands. So usually, that's been a verse that's been, I think, weaponized to suppress women. And so I absolutely understand. I think the female point of view on that, and I think a lot of females are absolutely right. But it doesn't.
We're women. We're not females. Okay. Females could be a goat, could be a fish. We're women. Start using that word. Female is very misogynistic.
Okay. Fair. I'll use that word if you'd like. So
try using it in your everyday language too. Okay, because nobody goes around calling you a male.
at work. I mean, maybe it's a geographical thing. I don't know, but
No, it's not a geographical thing. It's a misogynistic thing.
okay. All right. So in that particular verse, right? So the other side of it is husbands must live sacrificially for their wives. So a husband should be willing and they're called to lay down their life for their wife. So submissive, if you translate it from the original Hebrew, meant alignment with the husband. So in terms of things, if on external factors.
Wait. Which verse do we align with the Hebrew? Can you tell me what verse you're talking about?
No, I'm saying submissiveness, right? The verse.
Which one?
Wives submit to husband. I guess I could look it up. Hold on, gotta get to a computer. So, 1 second. Wives, submit to your husband's verse. Ephesians 5:22 through,
That's not Hebrew. It was written in Greek.
well, Hebrew or Greek, either or, right?
I know. So if you don't know what the original language said because you don't even know what the original language was, don't do that. Don't tell
No,
me
well,
what
the
the
meaning is
original
still the
language
meaning.
mean.
The
Don't
meaning is
do
still the
that.
meaning.
If you don't know the words in the original language, don't do that.
The meaning is still the meaning. So whether I got something incorrect, I think the fact is we are able to look it up.
Submit means
correctly.
submit. Submit means submit. We know
Submit.
what it means.
What, Steve? So I mean, I told you what it meant, but okay. So that's why. So that's one point.
Okay, well, here's what Ephesians 5:23 says. For the husband is the head of the wife, just as Christ is the head of the church, the body of which he is a savior. And then if we go back to 1 Corinthians 11:3, we see, but I want you to understand that Christ is the head of every man. Man. And the husband is the head of his wife. And God is the head of Christ. There is a hierarchy. There is a supremacy. And it is very clear that women can't even get to God without their man.
No.
That
absolutely
is,
not.
yes, it is. Excuse me, let's read it one more time. But I want you to understand that Christ is the head of every man, not every man and woman. And the husband is the head of his wife, and God is the head of Christ. So if I want to go up the chain of command, I go to my husband. And why do I have to go to him when I have a question in church? Because that's in there too. I go to my husband. I talk to him. He will then petition God for me and Christ will talk to God. That is the hierarchy.
Here's where that falls short. Galatians 3:26-28. In Christ Jesus, you are all sons of God through faith. There is neither male nor female, for you are all one in Christ Jesus.
Oh, wait, which one is that? Galatians what? Because I feel like you left a part of that out. Because you don't like part of it.
Well, I mean, I'm
What
trying
is
to
it?
streamline
528?
it.
528?
Galatians 3:26-28.
All right, let's really read it, and let's not leave out the part about the trans people that you want to leave out.
Oh, well, I'm sorry.
Because you love to
Does that say
point this
something
out
about
that it
trans?
makes us all equal. No,
It
the
doesn't say
verse
anything about
does.
trans.
And the verse does, and you're leaving it out.
Okay, show me where it says trans. I'd love to.
For
hear.
in Christ Jesus you are all children of God through faith, as many of you were this isn't the one. Oh yeah. There is no longer Jew or Greek. There is no longer slave or free. There is no longer what?
Male or
What,
female?
y'all? Male or female. So guess what? We're all trans now. But you guys don't like to point that out.
How the heck do you derive in that?
If there's no male or female, we are all genderless.
We're spiritual, right? He's talking spiritually.
Where does it say that?
And well, Jesus is a spiritual.
We're all
figure.
non-binary.
The kingdom of heaven
Auntie.
is
You're right. We're all
spiritual.
What does
non-binary.
the
Religion is
subtext
spiritual.
say? Oh, where is that? Where's the footnote? Where's the footnote?
The whole
Where's the
entire
footnote?
concept of Jesus is spiritual.
Buddy.
Oh wait, did he come to do what? For us to live as kings on earth? Was that the message of Jesus? Absolutely not. In him, we have eternal
No,
life. It's spiritual.
You're right. This is not spiritual. Nowhere does it say this is spiritual. You are adding that into the text. This is what you guys do.
Oh, no.
If I
Through
don't
faith
like what
in
it
Christ
says,
Jesus.
I am going to. I'm sorry. Was I talking? Was I not in the middle of a sentence?
I mean, I
think
was,
I
but
was.
you cut me off. Okay. Go for it.
No, you weren't. I was literally talking when you just interrupted me.
Go for it. You can,
What a
you got-
lie! That is so weird, dude. That's weird.
You can go first. It's fine.
You guys love. Yes, I will. Cause see, that's my name up there.
I agree.
That's my name.
This is
What?
Crystal's live, and she does not need your permission, and you can mute up when she's talking. Be respectful.
Thank you. Thank you. The thing is that you guys gish gallop all over the text just because you can't sit just 3 minutes with the fact that if you are wrong, you have done unreputable harm that we will never know how much harm the Christianity has done to the world and the Abrahamic religions in general. And you won't sit with it for 3 minutes, because if you did, it makes you feel uncomfortable to realize that if this was wrong, every time I told a mentally ill person to just pray and just smile anyway and to just, love Jesus because he has the peace that passes all understanding, that you were doing harm to that person. You were hurting them. If every time a child was hit because their parents believed spare the rod, spoil the child, that was because of this. But you won't sit with that for a minute because that makes you uncomfortable. So instead you want to argue things like whether Jesus came for everybody or not. He didn't. He came for the lost sheep of Israel. He made it very clear.
I completely disagree. And
I don't care if you disagree. I believe what Jesus said out of his own mouth.
Yeah, but
I came for the lost sheep of Israel.
Galatians 3:26-28, you're saying that that's not spiritual. It's through faith.
I am. It doesn't
Through
say
faith
it. It doesn't say it's
in
spiritual.
Christ Jesus. Who is Christ? What is Christ supposed to represent? A physical being?
First of all, there were many, many Christs. You do know that, right? That's why he has to say Christ Jesus here, because Christ is a title and he was only one of many.
Through faith. Faith is not spiritual? We're not referring to a spiritual concept here?
Faith is just believing in things you can't prove are true.
So through
That
faith,
has not. To you believe that's spirituality. I believe lots of people have faith that isn't spiritual whatsoever. It has not. They have faith that their husband isn't going to cheat after he cheated 17 times. That's not spiritual.
so
Faith is not always spiritual.
we have physically put on Christ. Is that what that verse is saying? Becoming one with him? I'm physically becoming one with Jesus? That's physical? Really?
I don't know, dude. What are you talking about?
Well, what does the verse
Point
say?
you're trying to make.
Have put on Christ, becoming one in him. And how is that physical? I mean,
What does that have to do with the fact that he is saying that there is no Jew or Greek, there's no longer slave or free,
That has
there's no longer
everything.
male or female? He doesn't say in the afterlife. He doesn't say in the spiritual realm.
He doesn't
says
have to.
these things are no longer. No, right, because he's saying they don't exist now, right now, in the real world.
no, put on Christ, becoming one in him. That's not physical, it's spiritual, is it not? So you're saying that this whole entire thing is physical, it has nothing to do with spiritual. So how the heck can I put on Christ and become one with Christ unless I'm having intercourse with him? I mean, how the heck could you interpret it any other way? It's
Maybe.
ridiculous.
What are you talking about? You put on Christ, fine, that's a spiritual thing. But saying
Okay.
that there is no Jew or Greek or male or female is not spiritual. He didn't say this part is spiritual. He's saying it doesn't exist now. He says now. Now.
Yeah,
Right
because
now.
spiritually, it won't exactly. Look, it's because that's spiritual concept. Yes, I'm Puerto Rican. I'm gonna.
How does
be
this
Puerto
prove
Rican.
your God? How does this prove your God?
Well, this proves that if we can't agree on a particular verse, and if you're saying that this
No.
is physical, and now
How
you're
does
saying, okay,
this
part
prove
of
your God?
this proves that since you don't have an accurate
You're
interpretation,
not answering the question. How does this prove your God?
Sure, we can pivot to that. So
How does this prove your God? It's not a pivot. We're still on the same fucking topic. A pivot is
Are
when
we
I
on
take
this
you to a
verse?
different topic.
are we on this
How,
verse
how
or no?
can someone?
I'm
Let
on
me
this
ask.
verse.
Let me
Are we
ask
on
you a
this
different
verse?
way. How can someone
I don't know.
arrive to the same conclusion as you and have the same, if your belief system, if your so-called faith leads to truth, Then wouldn't it lead everyone to truth? Like how can someone arrive at the same conclusion as you?
Well, first they have to believe that God exists, right? And they have to accept the fact that there's a difference between science and faith. Science and faith are both based on assumptions. With science, you're saying, well, you see,
Science is provable.
no,
But
well,
also,
science assumes
I
the
came
universe
up here.
is
Cállate. Crystal, I came up here because when it comes to the verse, it is technically not spiritual. Basically, what it is saying is that you have to keep up the words with God. If you stay true to God's word or Jesus's word, again, Galatians is Paul's teachings. You would think they would know the difference. You have to keep up with Jesus's and God's word to become one with Him. It has never been spiritual. That is an interpolation that has been added in by the church fathers at a later date. Words
and
mean
also,
words.
you're so right. You bring up such a good point too, Auntie. These are Paul's words, and I was talking to you about Christ and what Jesus said, and then you threw Paul into it because you guys can't stand what your Lord actually said. You only like what Paul says.
no, I like
What
what everyone.
Jesus actually said bugs the shit out of you. You don't want to hear that he only came for the lost sheep of Israel. You don't want to hear that he was a racist and treated women like shit. You don't want to hear that because Paul was like, oh man, I better, fix some things around here because, people aren't liking this.
Paul is the reason why circumcision was no longer needed for people who were not of Jewish faith or culture. They didn't need to be circumcised to be a child of God or a child of Jesus. Paul changed a lot of shit around to fit the narrative for the Gentiles around the nation that completely went against Jesus, like also consuming the food from idols. You weren't allowed to do that. With Paul, he's like, I mean, it's from other gods, you can. You were supposed to wash your hands before you consumed anything because kosher. Paul was like, you don't need to worry about that. So there's a lot of things that Paul teaches that completely contradict and go against everything Jesus has said in the scripture.
And anyway, the background says, what if you're wrong? So can we speak to that maybe?
He doesn't want to talk about that because that really bothers him. Just sit with that for a minute. You can unmute.
I said I was going to speak to it, but apparently you don't want to hear from me. Do you want me to speak to it?
Go
Okay.
ahead.
So what if I'm wrong, right? So, I mean, I believe I'm right. I mean, if I'm wrong, though, then I would have gone through life with a proper set of morals and values that have borne a lot of fruit. So,
Wow, I think your morals or values are pretty shitty if you're a Christian. That's why I'm
Really?
saying, what if you're wrong? Yeah,
how so?
I do.
How so?
Because, because women should not have to be submissive to men. Because fuck all you men. Fuck all of you men. I made this sign and I'm not living up to it. It's to remind me to calm down. But are you kidding me?
You can't with them. You can't.
Well, I don't believe that. I already told you what it meant, but apparently, you didn't want to
Do
accept
you really believe that that's the way that Christians have used it, Angel? Do you really believe that over all of this time, 2,000 years, Christians have meant it to be like, it doesn't really mean submissive. It means that just like love him and he'll also love you. That's what it really means. And don't worry about the part in the Bible where it says that you are monetarily actually worth less than men and you're only worth 30 shekels and men are worth 50, don't pay any attention to that part either. And don't pay any attention to the part where you're supposed to get up before the sun even gets up, and you're supposed to not only do all the housework, you're supposed to own a business and own land too, and then make your man look good, because that's literally what it says. Make sure your man looks good in the city. As long as he looks good, you're doing good. Let's just forget about all that, okay? You're asking me to forget the fact that less than 10% of all the names in the Bible are women's names. And you're asking me to forget that women were to be sold by their fathers as sex slaves. You're asking me to forget that, Angel.
There's a lot to address. So let me just start by saying that I do agree with you that there are cultures that have weaponized religion,
The Bible.
even Christian,
The Bible did it.
Christianity.
The Bible did it.
So if we look at the Crusades, that's a pretty good example. So it's the perversion of it. And I agree. And I think I started off the conversation by saying I agree. And here's one of the reasons why I agree. Because one, if you look at the creation story, you may have you may know this to be true, but Eve, right, was often blamed for eating the fruit. It's like, okay, well, she had her
Throughout the entire Bible. Throughout the entire Bible, she's blamed.
But here's the thing. What they don't say is three things. One, that order came from man. It didn't come from God. She didn't hear that instruction from God himself. Heard it from Adam. So it was secondhand, number one. Number two, Adam was right there. He was silent. He was passive. He was watching. He wasn't protecting her. He didn't stop her. He didn't remind her of what God actually said. He stood still. And that's why...
Yeah, you know why? He wanted to see if she was really going to die. And then when he saw that she didn't die, he was like, oh, cool, I'll eat some too.
Well, whatever it was, that's why I agree with some facets of feminism. The fact that you can't expect submissiveness or alignment or whatever you want to refer to it as in a marriage if the husband, does not live submissively or sacrificially, better said, for his wife. You just can't. So, and then over the years, what's happened is, like in Christian doctrine, it's okay, well, the husbands are supposed to take care of everything like external, right? Finances, safety, protection. She shouldn't have to want for anything. She shouldn't have to go economically, she's, in need or anything.
How stupid is that, Angel?
Oh.
How stupid is that? Why should men have to bear such a heavy burden when we're both capable of working and providing and helping each other?
Yeah,
Don't you realize how freaking dumb that is?
I'm going to get to that point. I mean, that was a cultural expectation,
Before
but
you do, though, I want to go. You're going too far
Depends
away.
on the culture.
I want to go back to creation. Okay. I just watched a creator this week who made a video, and I wish I could remember who. And if I figure out who, I will post it in my Discord. And she said she had heard two men talking, and a man said, "Who would men blame if women weren't around?" And she said, "Women." You want to know how she knows? Because God took a rib out of Adam, made a woman, and then blamed the entire fall of humanity on her. That is what men use women for.
Sheesh.
To blame us for shit.
Yeah, I disagree with that. I think that goes against
I don't
doctrine.
care if you disagree. You're not a woman. You don't get a chance to right now. This isn't about you. This is about women right now. I don't think a man should speak on it.
That's
a choice.
interesting because
I think you should stay silent for a minute. I think you should mute for a minute. And just think about that. We were an afterthought in that book. He didn't make men and women at an equal time in that book. He didn't make us from the same thing in that book. He made it very clear that women, you owe men because you came from a man. He made it very clear that women were lessened from the very first chapter. And it didn't stop there. It continues through the whole book when he tells us how much we're worth, 30 shekels. When he tells men to sell their daughters. When he tells women, if you're raped and you don't scream loud enough, you will be stoned to death. When he tells women that if you don't bleed on your wedding night, you will be stoned to death. And yet, almost 50% of women don't bleed on their wedding night. You can continue to sit here and tell me that this Bible and this religion puts men and women at an equal playing field, but you are only lying to yourself. There is not one person in here other than other Christians who believe what you are saying. We know what it says, and we know how people have used it because of what it says. When I was in my first marriage, I was very abused. And I went to get help. And I turned to Christians for help because I was a Christian. And they told me that I should just pray for my husband. I should just pray for him, make sure I was more submissive, make sure I was available when he needed to fuck, make sure that I was presentable so that he would want to fuck me, and make sure that I took care of everything around the house perfectly so that I wouldn't accidentally anger him. Nobody once said that.
I would say, Crystal, you're
I'm sorry, what?
you were frozen.
Can you hear me?
Now I can. Yes.
Okay, what part did I leave off on?
10 seconds. Last 10 seconds.
About the last 10 seconds where you were talking about how no one ever told you, oh, that motherfucker, and then it just paused.
That motherfucker was wrong. Nobody ever said that. Nobody ever told me to get out. Nobody ever told me they would help me. Nobody ever went to him and counseled him to be a better husband.
Yeah. Look, there's what I'll say to that is first, number one, sorry you went through that experience and you should not have had that experience. Number two, my husband, I'm recently married. I was just married in July, completing a year.
Congratulations.
Thank you. So I'm going to just share just a little bit about my life, just so I can kind of put it in context, just so you can kind of see where I'm coming from. So I consider myself a Christian man. My wife considers herself to be a Christian woman, but I make breakfast. Hold on, not that she's expected to make breakfast, but I just want to go through a couple of things.
No, you go ahead. Go ahead. I'm not going to sit here and take each part you say and pick on it. Go ahead.
So the lifestyle is she has osteoarthritis, she has Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, and she has hypophosphatasia. So, we can't biologically have kids, that's been a struggle, and not even the experience. So we've never had the experience. You can read into that what you may, but I love her, I care about her. So she finds it difficult to wake up sometimes. It's hard because her bones really hurt, especially after precipitation. So make breakfast. I meal prep for lunch. She often makes the dinner, right? I got into a house pretty recently, December. Prices are up, especially here in New York. Interest rates were up around 7%. She is a teacher. I am a tax technologist and accountant. And I'm doing my best so that she doesn't have to work because, all the things she's going through, the ailments and stuff. I don't want her to have to bear that struggle, and I want her to be in a position where she would be most comfortable. I'm not saying not working, but just starting her business, having the capacity or the ability to say, hey, let me pick up work as I see fit. and
Sure.
be comfortable. But I think, and correct me if I'm mistaken, that I appreciate the fact that she works allows for us to support this house. It's a very expensive house, but it's next to her family, which she wanted. It's right outside like New York City, and I didn't want to take her away from family in that regard. But it's very expensive. We pay over $6,000 a month, to put it in perspective, and it's a struggle.
I know my son just moved out of New York, so I understand. He moved to Texas because he was like, I'm getting the fuck out of here. It's too expensive.
Yeah, and just to reference like what the person like in the comments said, what does this have to do with anything? It's to say that this, right? I don't tell her that, or I don't expect her to say, hey, submit to me with everything. Like if I want something, let's have it. No, I mean, it's always, if we're struggling like through something, I think a part of me expects her to know and to understand that, look, externally, any external factors, whether it's finances, whether it's, safety, whether it's, I have your back, I got this. You don't need to worry about this. Just trust in me. And I think she trusts in me just only because, and she should only do so if I'm living sacrificially for her, which I think I am. I'm doing my best, to live sacrificially for her.
But the Bible doesn't say, hey, women, submit to your husbands, but only if they're living sacrificially for you. It doesn't say that. Do you understand that? And do you know how many men don't read it that way? And do you know how many men go, fuck no, I'm not getting up and making breakfast. That's her job. Get in there, bitch.
I agree with
Literally bare minimum shit.
And they're doing it because their Bible says that it's okay to do that.
Yeah. So.
And you sound like we'll give you some credit, right? Like, okay, you do some things. You make a breakfast. I love eggs. That's wonderful for you. I'm sure you're a lovely person. I have no evidence from today's conversation to actually think that way. But anyway, moving right along. It's not the effect of the overall belief system on society. And that's the goal of today, is to get you to think about that. So I would encourage you to catch the replay. This is on YouTube, and listen back and think about the overarching thing, because you are one person, and as wonderful as you may be, that's not how women have been treated over the course of history, nor how they're being treated today based on this religion.
I don't dispute the latter part that you said, but I will call attention to the fact that the Bible does say that husbands must live sacrificially for their wives and command husbands.
I don't need my husband to sacrifice and unalive for me. I just need to be treated and seen as equal. And not just by my husband, by men in general. And because of this book, they do not see us that way or treat us that way. And it's not about
Angel,
the word.
didn't you call people?
It's
Weren't
about
you
the
one
action.
that came up here and said females?
Yeah, no, I did say males and females, correct.
Right? No, you didn't say males, sir. You did not say males. Don't lie. That's not cool.
No. In what context?
You didn't say males.
No,
you
I'm
said,
sorry. In what context?
When you were addressing women when you first came up, did you not say females? And I had to correct you.
Yes, you did.
And I said to you, you do not call men males. And you did not correct me at that point and say, yes, I do. You don't. You're misogynist, whether you know it or not. Now, at some point, you can look inside yourself and go, am I? Because I'm not trying to be. And if I am, what are some things I could do to not be? What do I need to learn about myself? But don't come up here and pretend now, like because you make your wife breakfast, that you do not have misogyny in you, because you do. You very much, and when I told you, don't do that, you were like, okay, like I didn't know or whatever. And I said, yeah, and try not to do that going forward. And the reason I'm telling you that is because it is misogynistic, and I don't think that you personally want to be a misogynist. I actually hear from you, a person who's like, I actually do think that women are equal to men, but then there's this Bible that does kind of tell me I'm in charge at home, and so I don't know, maybe I'm supposed to be the one who makes final decisions. Who makes the final decisions at your house, Angel, when you and your wife disagree?
When we disagree, I mean, it's usually my wife, happy life. But that's,
You know what we say in
really
our house?
sacrificially for her.
We
So
say happy spouse, happy house.
Big house.
yeah,
Mhm.
okay, fair, but that's
And maybe you
I've heard
should
that
think
too.
about that too. Happy spouse, happy house. It doesn't have to be happy wife either. We're not asking for you to tip the scales the other way. Okay? We're asking for equality. We're asking for you to start looking at us exactly the way you look at men. That we are just as smart, just as good at providing, just as strong. We could do anything you can do. There's strong men, there's weak men. There's strong women, there's weak women. We all have a variety. We're all on a spectrum. But don't pretend that this religion is not based on patriarchy and misogyny, because it is. From
Always
the
has
very
been.
first story.
Here's the part where, so I understand the culture at the time. I would agree with you. The culture, yes, absolutely. Where I disagree is like with the Galatians. I think it was Galatians we were citing. In that verse, it said male and female, right? And it didn't say man or woman. It said male or female.
Right, that's Paul.
stand
Paul's a
corrected.
misogynist too.
Okay.
Paul's a
Oh yeah.
misogynist.
He shows you that in Colossians.
So here's the thing. I mean, here's, I guess the way I say it is this, right? It's at the end of the day, we're both like I almost said my husband. My wife and I, we both live submissively and sacrificially, for each other. And sadly, you're right. People have weaponized, religions.
No. I'm not going to let you keep saying that. This is not weaponizing it. This is using it exactly how it was intended. The Bible exactly says that I am worth less than a man. And for men who follow this religion to believe that, they are not weaponizing it. They are using it exactly how it was intended.
Yep.
And we are calling you to sit with the fact that you align with a book that calls for that is contributing and is the reason for what we're discussing. Okay? Do you understand that?
The Bible was used as a rule book.
I understand what you're calling for me to do, and look, I've had battles with the church, and I have battles with people of my faith, and I have battles with Christian nationalists, right? So because they have these skewed ideas, which I think are
In the Bible.
skewed ideas of the Bible, correct? So that's.
Angel, I'm going to enlighten you on something from one Boricua to another. And I say that because on my father's side, I have Taino. Now, when it comes to this book, we know that the Spanish conquistadors used it to completely defile Borican and also brought the slaves in their boats with them to the island of Borican. I don't know if you're actually from the island.
Yes, I was born there.
Okay, so then you know what I'm talking about.
Yep.
So they use this book because you have to remember the Tainos, we had our own religion based off of the ancestors. It wasn't until the Spanish conquest came with their slave ships and almost completely annihilating the Caribbean with their disease. Now, when it comes to this book, it is a guidebook with rules and regulations on what to do and how to do it. When it comes to child marriage, that is literally what they're using now, as in like our year 2025, as in like the other day. What's today? Tuesday. When Velveeta Voldemort was doing a press conference live on air, he is trying to tone down the legal age of marriage and consent to between the ages of, come to find out, it's not just 14, 12 and 14. Some of the Republicans arguing, what about from their first menstrual cycle? Do you want to know how familiar that sounds? That is biblical. A girl is considered a woman in the eyes of the Bible the first time she menstruates. And guess what? Girls can menstruate as young as 6 years old. You want to know what age I started menstruating, Angel? I was 8. Had I been living in biblical times, they would have sold me off because I was an 8-year-old that was now officially a woman.
The youngest mother is 5. She
Yes.
gave birth at 6 or something, but she got
How
pregnant
she
at 5.
survived that, I don't fucking know. I don't know how the hell her body.
And that's in
Oh,
modern times,
God.
sir. You can
Yeah.
look her up. That's something that we can see her photograph of.
There was a 9-year-old not too long ago that just gave birth too. As a matter of fact, it was her uncle's child, come to find out. She had to marry her uncle because the Bible says so. He defiled her, so he had to marry her.
And just to point out real quick that this is not something that was just happening then. This is modern. The fact that in the states that they're trying to raise or lower the age that like women can be married to 14, the age of consent laws and all of that, that is actively happening.
There are
Right.
12
There's-
states currently.
There are states that have lowered it to 14. That's a child.
Before we go any further, Ken, welcome to the show. You never come up, so I want to make sure you get a chance to say whatever you want to say.
Thank you.
Supposed to get the hey Barbie.
Angel Eyes, can I ask you a question? Would you mind telling us what church you belong to?
Oh, Angel, that's for you.
Angel,
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question. What?
what denomination are you?
I'm undenominational. I don't.
Non-denominational?
Yeah.
Okay, I heard you talking about the church and sacrificial, and it sounded kind of, and the Crusades, so it sounded kind of Catholic.
Oh no,
But
I don't agree with Catholicism.
well, that was kind of the only show in town for a long time, and they gave us the doctrine of discovery, which says if you go into a land and the people aren't Christian, the land's yours. You can take it, and we did, and we kidnapped their children in some cases, sent them to church-run schools, stripped them of their culture, stripped them of their language. Just recently in Ireland, a home that was supposed to be for unwed mothers, they discovered 800 infants buried in the septic system where these children that were born to these unwed mothers, many of them died. They died at a faster rate than they did among the regular population. I know you're not Catholic, but you do inherit some of their doctrines. And that's what we mean when we say, what if they were wrong? What if you were wrong? There was no need for all of that. That's what we mean by what if you were wrong? And that's what we want you to consider.
No, that's fair. I think to that point, I'd say love thy neighbor, right? Love thy neighbor.
Yeah, but that's a platitude.
Neighbor is an Israelite, and that's just a platitude. You know, here's the thing. A lot of times Christians will come up here and say, well, that person isn't really a Christian, and that's not real Christian values and stuff. But we don't see you Christians getting up there and doing anything to stop these people from doing things in the name of your Lord. We don't see you going, Trump is not a Christian. Let's get him the fuck out of office. We don't see you doing that. Instead, we actually see a lot of Christians going, well, God must have had him in there for a reason. We don't see you going, what the fuck are you talking about? They're trying to do child brides. Where can I go to march to sign the petitions? Actually, let me tell you how much we don't see you guys do. Today I was in El Oso Ray's live earlier, okay? Christian, God, and don't tell me these people aren't Christians, okay? I'm not falling for the Scotsman fallacy thing. I'm not doing that. If you call yourself a Christian, you're a fucking Christian. If you follow Jesus, you're a fucking Christian. You don't get to say you're not a Christian or that they're not a Christian. A Christian got up on her stage, El Oso stage, and then continued to call everybody up there the N-word and specifically thinker. Just calling her, just telling her off, cussing her out, and calling her the N-word over and over and over again repeatedly. You know what I didn't see? Not one Christian in the comments telling them to stop. No, you know what I did see? Christians gave that person gifts.
To that, I'll say a couple of things. I was on a Christian live. Well, actually, let me just say I was on a Catholic live, and I just wanted to have an intellectual conversation about our differences. I was quickly told that I hate Jesus because I was distorting or I had a different interpretation. So, I mean, there's people, I understand that comment you made. You know, they say that they're a Christian, and that I didn't vote
They
for,
are Christians.
but
They're just different than you.
I guess
They're the OGs. They're the reason why these other denominations even exist.
well, okay, that's and I'm not discounting what was just said. I'm just saying that if I were to call you, my cousin, I mean that doesn't make it so. I get the point you're making, and I'm not taking away from
Right,
the
because
point.
I'm not your cousin.
Yeah,
But a Christian
exactly.
who
Yeah,
follows
so
Jesus is a Christian by definition.
it's
By definition, they are a Christian.
if they're
If
not
it wasn't for the
agreeing with
Catholic
message.
Church and the Council of Nicaea and Orthodoxy breaking away from Catholicism to start their own, the other denominations wouldn't even be around. You want to know why other denominations exist? It's because
Thank you,
none
Ken.
of you Malakias can come to a common understanding. That is why. There were certain things that the Catholic Church did that Orthodoxy didn't like, and then everything else.
Yeah, I mean it's I agree. I agree that we have different.
So don't sit there and say that Catholics are not Christians. They are.
Well,
You
hold on.
wouldn't have what you have if
I
it
didn't say
wasn't
that.
for them.
Yeah, I didn't say that.
No,
said
I
that-
don't think he meant that. But I am saying, though, that no matter, like, you can't go, that person isn't a Christian because they aren't living their life like Christ, because you all can't even agree what Christ was like, okay? If there were not 45,000 denominations and there was only one form of Christianity, then you could say those people aren't Christians. But there's not. There's 45,000 and growing denominations of Christianity. And you guys don't get to say somebody else isn't a Christian because you don't like what they did or they said. Because they'll do the same thing to you.
Yeah.
And there's only one true Christian in a room at a time, and it's usually the one I'm talking to.
And the reason why that matters, the reason why what Crystal just said matters is because, Angel, you are contributing to trying to perpetuate your own version, adding to that 45,000 number, right? And as it evolves, you are contributing to the problem of Christianity in the world by evolving it and changing it and interpreting the text in the ways that you see fit because it sounds pretty to you. And that is what we're trying to point to.
I mean, it's. I think I understand what you're saying, and I mean, labels matter, right? We can't, like, for example, we have people that are Republican in name only, rhinos, but they're still Republican, right? So even though I do have the Christian in name only kind of designation that I give, and I've been in a lot of combative fights, I've been thrown out of lives. Hey, I've caused a lot of controversies. I get a lot of flack for being a part of the American Foundation for, I'll just say, Lewiside with the S in front. Not sure if TikTok friendly prevention, because I think that the LGBTQIA community needs to be supported. And I'm not just saying that so that you can treat me more favorably. I'm just saying that, you know, I'm a treasurer.
I'm glad you feel that way. I appreciate that.
But
I really do. I
it's
think
not
there are
by
a
you.
lot of Christians who do that. But it doesn't mean
But-
that your Bible doesn't teach something else and that other people who follow it the way that it reads are not real Christians. They're following what it says. So they're literally doing what it says.
But
And hang on one second before we continue, everybody. Let me do a really quick commercial break. Hey, you guys, it is almost 12:30. We're going to be live for just about one more hour. Thank you so much, Angel. Appreciate it. Angel just gave me a gift Thank you so much for that. If I reach my gift goal, we're going to stay live for an extra hour. So I need 10 of them little lemonade things in order, or lemon slices. If you can't see the gift, let me know. I'll pin it again for you if I can. Also, I'm looking for more subscribers. If you haven't subscribed, think of doing so today. It's less than a cup of coffee a month. You're subscribed to Netflix, Hulu, Paramount Plus, Disney Channel, I don't know what else. And you're here every day, all day long, because I see you here on everybody's lives. So why don't you go ahead, cancel those subscriptions, and then come over here and subscribe to me, because I give you more bang for your buck. And let me tell you something. We have some good shows coming up, too. I always have to look at my calendar for this. Tomorrow at 4 p.m., right here on Decon Q&A with CrystalJae, we're going to have controversial Compass Coco right here. He's been doing all the debates with all the creators, and I really would love for you guys to come out, support Coco, and then come up and ask your questions. And then on Sunday, right after Atheist Sunday School with Mezzo, we are going to have Mama Bash here at 11 a.m. Pacific time. And that's just 2 of the fun things coming up right here. So subscribe today. I need to reach 75 subscribers. And if you're already subscribed, send out a couple of subbies. Give somebody a subby today so they can be a dark crystal too. Okay? All right. I'm sorry. Let's get back to the conversation.
And by the way, if you have to drop me for another person, I would understand. I didn't get to stay on.
We're fine right now. No, that's fine. We just,
so it's good.
right. It's a good.
Oh, I'll drop to make more space.
All right. Thank you, Hanji. Love you.
Yeah. So I guess the point I'm trying to make is this, right? I think the way, at least I believe, though incorrect if you believe differently, but my way of enacting change, because I agree with a lot of what's been said, that yes, people have used, the religion to,
Thank you, Alan.
to, perform XYZ and atrocities and stuff. I mean, I'm not disagreeing with those points. I guess where we differ is the fact that I view like the fundamental messages, such as love thy neighbor. And I know I've said this before, but it's it's key that people for some reason overlook. That's the reason why Jesus was more critical of the pious people who were holier than thou, than the loose men and women, right? Just to not say the P-R-O-S-T word. He was more critical of those people. Why? Because they thought they had all the answers. They thought that they were better than everyone else, right? That's why Jesus was so critical. So I guess that's the point I'm trying to make.
Wait, what? Who was he critical of, that they thought they were better than everybody else?
The Pharisees. The Pharisees. They were the pious
That's not
people.
why he was critical of them, because they weren't following the law to the T.
Well, they were pious, right? That's the whole entire
No.
concept.
Are you talking about when he's like, why are you talking to me about washing my hands when you're not following the law?
No.
Are you talking about that time?
No. I mean, there's other verses that I could pull up. I was just saying that he was more critical of the pious than of, people that were, I guess, sexually.
I think he's more critical of people not following him and not falling for him. And I think that it's always been the message of the book: love me or burn. If you don't love me, I'm going to destroy you. And I think that's been the message of the book since day one. And I think that's a horrible message. And it's not free will, it's coercion. And frankly, I don't want to love anybody who's going to be like, if you don't love me, I'm going to destroy you. That's what my first husband said. If you don't love me, I'm going to unalive you, bitch.
Yeah.
Kind of hard to love somebody when they do that to you.
Yeah.
You can't even make yourself. You can't even find it within you. And that's what this God has said since day one.
I think I was referring to Matthew 23:27 through 28. Woe to you, teachers of the law and Pharisees, you hypocrites. You are like whitewashed tombs, which look beautiful on the outside, but on the inside are full of the bones of the unalive and everything unclean because they profess like to know at all and to be adhering like to the law.
What was the verse again? Matthew what?
Matthew 23, 27 through 28.
Says, woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, for you clean the outside of the cup and the plate, but the inside they are full of greed and self-indulgence. You blind Pharisees, first clean the inside of the cup and plate, that the outside also may be clean. Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, for you are like whitewashed tombs, which outwardly appear beautiful, but within are full of dead people's bones and all uncleanliness. So you also outwardly appear righteous to others, but within you are full of hypocrisy and lawlessness. What is the hypocrisy? Lawlessness. What is lawlessness according to the Bible? Not following the letter of the law. He is still saying this is all about them doing their own traditions, doing Corban and stuff, instead of actually following the letter of the law. Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, for you build the tombs of the prophets and decorate the monuments of the righteous, saying, if we had lived in the days of our fathers, we would not have taken part with them. Let me see, I'm sorry. Where did I just leave off? Because it just, you're not alone. But what did you shut the kingdom of heaven, people's faces, for you neither know yourself nor allow those who have sinned. I still see him just wanting them to follow the letter of the law.
Yeah, so I guess the reason I highlight that is twofold. One, the Pharisees were individuals that proclaimed to know the law backwards and forwards. So even if they followed,
they had to.
Right? So even if they followed, let's just say 90% of the law, while the average person followed 50% of the law, he was still critical of the Pharisees. And when I look to a lot of members of that profess themselves to be part of the Christian community, I view them as Pharisees. I view them as these individuals that think that they know, right, what the law, what the spirit of the law, meant, but they truly don't know. The law is meant to be a mirror of mankind, of what we become, and Jesus was meant to say, hey, look, I'm going to take that image, that reflection that you're seeing, looking back at you, and I'm going to wipe it clean. So that's why I'm not sure if the answer is saying that Christianity, throw it out the window. I think the answer is Christianity, you need members to take a hard look at yourself, because there's a lot of things, and I agree with you, there are a lot of atrocities and bad things going on in the community. I got hit by a glass bottle in the eye because I spoke up against the Trump rally. I'm a conservative. I voted for Kamala this time around, but I got hit. But here's the thing, and I did it because a little bit of a tangent, but you might appreciate it. Like he put his name on a Bible, so yeah, the green. So and
where were the Christians in the uproar about that? Where were they when he added the Bill of Rights or the freaking Declaration of Independence? I don't even know. He added to it too. Where were the Christians? Why weren't they mad?
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I'm not disagreeing on that point. Believe me, I'm upset with the quote unquote Christian community, and I'm upset. We're torn. You see it in politics. You see the division clearly in politics, but I also see it within like the church, behind the pulpit, and these communities. So, yeah.
Hey, Mezzo, how are you today?
Mezzo.
Hey, Crystal. Hi, Schley. Hi, Angel. Nice to see y'all. I've been kind of curious about this, and I don't know if Angel is maybe getting a call right now. But when they come back, I'd love to kind of like run a little thought experiment.
Yeah.
But yes, seems like a phone call
Angel,
came
when you
in.
come back, Mezzo just wants to talk to you. I don't know if you swiped away or if you got a call, but we can't hear you when you're not in the app. You guys, while Angel is taking,
No.
oh no, wait, maybe he'll come back. Maybe he got a call and he'll come back. While we're waiting to see if Angel does come back, tap the screen. Let's get to 50,000. We should be there already by now. And also share out the live, do all the good things. Mezzo, I like the way you match like my background. Looks cool.
Yeah, look at us.
All the time.
We're pink, we're purple, we're living our best lives.
Hell yeah.
I feel a little out of place. Damn.
Well, dang it. Did he literally run after that? Like, I don't think he seemed like a runner, like for real.
Well, when he first joined, wasn't he the one that said he had a client call and then we were more interesting than the client call? So maybe the client.
Yeah, he did say that.
Yeah, he didn't. Like, I didn't recognize him. It wasn't like somebody where he saw me and ran. I don't think either. He sounded like he was just getting a call. So.
B-Dub, I saw you in chat, and I saw that you wanted to come up, B-Dub, but now you're not in the guest box anymore. So if you're still there and you want to come up, just send a request. Qualia, I'm trying to bring you up right now, dude, but you're not loading. So if you want to try again.
Crystal, don't ever bring Qualia up.
Oh, okay.
Qualia is a slur, like 10-second slur user. He will come up and just do N-words, R-words, etc. He's a insane person. Yeah.
All right.
Block them.
Good to know. Hey, Dr. Blitz, good to see you this morning. Hey, Jarab. I don't even know if I say your name right. Holly, good to see you. Fallen, good to see you. You guys, if you're a Christian or a believer of the God of the Bible, today we're talking about what if you're wrong? What if you're wrong? What does that mean to humanity as a whole? What does that mean to you if you were wrong?
And I'll pre-warn you that Qualia uses a different account as well. That's like some like picture of Jesus on a yellow background painting kind of thing. So sometimes he will jump to that one after getting kicked and come up and finish his slurs. So just be a little wary of what's in the guest box. So.
Hey, everybody on YouTube. It's good to see you all. We've got 11 watchers over on YouTube, so that's nice. Good to see everybody. Jag, HL, 321. Good to see all you guys. Yeah, if you can tie here, I'd appreciate that. Thank you so much. Yeah, double digits, Fish. I'm at double digits over on YouTube. I have so many problems getting my YouTube. So when I have anybody over on YouTube, I'm so happy. Well, we're just talking today, Mezzo. I don't know how long you've been listening. We've been trying to, but it's very hard for Christians to sit and really discuss all of the things that we've done as humanity following this religion that have been horrific. It's hard for them to sit and talk about those. We've talked about how women, rights have been affected by it. We've talked a little bit about the Spanish Inquisition, but I just think there's so many things that are harmful that we've done as, slavery, I don't even know that we will ever know all the damage because of the Abrahamic religion specifically. I think other religions have done harm too, but I'm talking about the Abrahamic religions today.
Yeah, look, it's worth pointing out that there have been many people who did very good things for the betterment of humanity because they followed Christianity or something like that, right? Like that is also the case. People have done lots of good. People like that last guest who ignore what the Bible actually says and what Christianity is supposed to be, and instead just follow their heart and follow like 3 verses of Jesus's to like love your neighbor, and they just do those.
Those are
And
the best ones.
yeah, and that's actually why I was gonna kind of come up with him and say, like, I don't know if Christian should keep being the right word for you if you're not doing all the other stuff, because unfortunately, the Westboro Baptist Church is right. Right? They're doing it the way the Bible says to do it.
Yeah.
Which
And
sucks,
that's horrible.
yeah.
Yeah, it really is. And yeah, I had that conversation with my husband a few years back when I first came to him and told him I wasn't a Christian anymore. It was not easy. It was not an easy discussion. I've told you guys, I took him kicking and screaming into the religion, and then I am coming to him decades later and saying, yeah, I don't really believe any of this shit anymore, you know? And he's like, what are you talking about? Like, what are you talking about? You know? And it was really hard at first, but then the more we talked and the more he would hear me listening to like Mezzo and Joel and Joyful and Justin and stuff like that, the more he would hear the arguments, and the more he would be like, yeah, well, I guess I don't believe that anymore and everything. And then at some point I was just like, do you know it's okay to believe in a God and not have it be this one? Like, it's okay. Like, that's not going to change anything between us, but I really don't think it's this one. And he was like, oh, okay, yeah, maybe I just don't believe in this God anymore. And I was like, yeah. That's okay. You don't have to call yourself a Christian and believe in a God and want to do good things because you believe a God wants you to, you know? Hey, Noah, how are you today?
Hi. I just decided to hop on real quick because well, first of all, I lean towards believing in Christianity, let's say. And I'm just looking for like the best arguments against it, let's say. This sounds like a hobby.
Oh, okay. Well, what we're talking about today is what if you're wrong as a Christian? What does that mean to humanity as a whole? What awful things have been done in the name of this book and this religion and this God to many, many humans? And so I usually start with how women have literally, in my lifetime, women have finally been able to get a checkbook, have finally been able to get a credit card in their own name without their father or their husband's approval. We were finally able to buy houses. This is all within my lifetime. This isn't something that my mother went through or my grandmother. This is within my lifetime. These rights were held back for thousands of years, and most of them based on this book, especially in this country. So what I'm asking Christians to do is look at it today. What if you're wrong? What horrific things have occurred in society to humanity because of this religion?
Well, I'm looking for like very specific sort of claims to just do my own.
Women, how about the witch trials? Is
Okay.
that specific enough?
Yeah.
No witches died at the Salem witch trials. They were all humans. They died in the name of Jesus Christ because people thought they were performing witchcraft, which, by the way, if they were performing witchcraft, who gives a fuck? Who is it to anybody to tell them not to? The Bible says you guys get to tell them not to. And the Bible says to burn all witches.
Okay. Bible says to burn all witches. Okay.
Yeah, it says that.
Yeah, no, I think like the main problem here that Crystal's getting into is there are lots of issues with the text in the Bible, as well as the tradition of these Abrahamic religions that are not biblical, things that have kind of just spun off into their own thing since then. But the continuation of the patriarchy in such a like misogynistic way has been damaging to society. Now, look, there were other like Greece was also, ancient Greece, non-biblical times, also had this problem, but not every ancient society did. And as Christianity, took over the world as this like major religion that most people, I think is it most people, or that's the biggest religion still, right? Islam hasn't taken over yet. Yeah.
I don't believe Islam has taken over yet.
It's been that way for a while, and it lists out the rankings. It says the order goes God, Jesus, men, women, children, in that order. And so it kind of has perpetuated a really problematic issue for women's rights throughout time.
Okay, I'm just getting this down. Well, for the question of patriarchy, what damage exactly would you say has been done because of the continuation of that?
I don't think that we'll ever be able to measure the amount of damage has been done because this has been a patriarchal society that has been misogynistic. Let's start with STEM. I like to start there. Science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Women were not allowed into STEM. Those fields were only allowed to. Let me go to my own life too. Okay, in the 1970s, I was in elementary school, and I was tested for the gifted program. In the 1970s, I was the first girl ever in my district to be tested for the gifted program. The problem with that is how many gifted women could have been in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics? How many things could we have advanced? How many cures could we have found? How many medicines could we have produced? How many inventions could there be right now? How much further could we be in space or other areas? We'll never know because we just said half of society doesn't get to do this because we have a penis and we say.
What a great point, Crystal, that the woman who could have cured cancer might have been pushed into a job as a homemaker, and we lost that cure to our future. We will never know. We do know for sure that some specific damage has been done, when Crystal was sharing earlier, what her church told her to do with her husband at the time to be submissive. We know that the church lures in and creates predators just because of the way it teaches it creates victims by training women and girls to be submissive and unquestioning, right? So we have direct predator problems with that, and then the greater problem of who knows what we're missing out on.
Okay.
We also know that men throughout history, once women were allowed into certain fields, were given credit for work that women did over and over and over again. We will, that's another thing we may never really know who did a lot of the work, because if a woman did it, men got credit for it, okay? I said this earlier, and I'll say this again. We get blamed for the fall of humanity. Do you understand? You probably could never understand what that means, that just because I have a vagina, I am being blamed for the fall of humanity.
Wow, it makes me think of, I don't know, this is a bit of a turn, but I remember reading Joseph Conrad, and one of the things he said about, well, he has a woman character in it, and I read in the introductory about how it's supposed to be how sure women were the cause of the fall, but they're also supposed to bring you out of the fall, let's say. I don't know. It's just something I thought about. Just a random aside.
Thanks,
yeah, the weight of the world is they put like the whole weight of like the entire problems and the solutions on women, so that they just feel terrible their whole life, and men get to kind of coast. Look, no, also like not to pivot, but it's worth noting also God's not real, so that's like one of the other like issues with the religion. But like even if there were a God, Christianity would be just a really bad choice of like to pick this religion to perpetuate.
And why is that? What specifically can you tell
Because of what we've been talking about with the women thing. That's also like it's like why slavery went on for so long. There's like thousands of problems in the Bible, like all the like wars that have been waged because of this. Children of I can't say the word shmabused. How do we do that one? Children shmabused in their houses because it says to beat up your kids if they're acting up. It says to do that. It actually says sometimes to stone them until they're not breathing. So we're doing our best to get farther away from this religion slowly over time, but it's got a lot of big problems with it.
And you said Christianity is the reason why slavery has been perpetuated throughout history. Is that right?
It's one of the things where, like, when the slavery in the South was happening, they used the Bible to justify their reason as to why it was okay to take people from one nation, bring them to another nation, and own them as property. There's like, we can see quotes from like, prominent slave owners and traders of the time justifying themselves as people were starting to say, I don't think we should do this. And they were like, well, it says in the Bible to do it just like this. And it does. They're right. So they were able to kind of keep doing that for a while.
And so what do you make of the, just to see what your response to this is, what do you make of the abolitionist movement?
Yeah, good. Some of the Christians were also helping to say, let's stop this for sure. But like,
right.
We're not going to give them credit for fixing their own problem.
Because then we have to look at the Southern Baptist Convention, who is the largest Christian organization in the United States. And they were founded just to support slave owners. That was their purpose for being founded. So we can go, oh yeah, lots of Christians helped in abolishing slavery, but let's not forget that Christians did this in the name of their Jesus and then fought because and started the largest Christian organization to fight for slave owners for their rights.
Yeah, it's just like for the people in the North who were like the Christians who were saying, hey, we got to stop this. They have to say, this part of the Bible is wrong. We have to go against what the Bible says and kind of change our view here in order to end this thing because, there's a lot of reasons they wanted to end it. So great, I'm with that. Let's ditch more of the Bible. Like, let's ditch more of the things. Let's ditch the misogyny stuff. In fact, I would almost just say let's ditch the whole thing and not have it because it doesn't offer anything that is good. It's just all these bad things that we have to try to correct,
Yeah, Noah, just lean the other way. You said you were leaning to just lean away. That would be better.
Well, I've been leaning away for a long time, so I'm just on my own path.
Here's the thing, and I'm not a god, I'm not, but I'm just saying that I'm pretty loving. I am a nice lady. We have established that, okay? And if I had all of the power, I would just say, hey, you guys, don't own each other. What the fuck are you doing? And he had all the time in the world to say that, and he didn't. He said, don't eat shrimp.
Right, which I'm also for, as a vegetarian. That one I think is kind of good. So there are some good things in this, not for the right reasons, but when you have like you're saying, no, you're kind of doing your own thing because some of these things maybe line up with you. Like you think treat your neighbor the way you want to be treated is good or something. You didn't say that, but I'm just guessing a few things. So like, if you had a list of the things that you accept versus the things that you don't accept, how, like, what percentage of them do you have to agree with to say, yeah, I'm going to go with Christian? Because you say you're kind of leaning that way. And so, like, if I can, like, let's just do, I was going to do this with the last guest, but let's just do a quick, like, thought experiment.
While you do this, Mezzo, I'm going to take a break. You go ahead. I'll be right back.
Sure, sure. So, Noah, do you agree, or whatever the divine being is like majestic, supreme, and good?
Majestic, supreme, and good. Majestic, supreme, and good. I'm just gonna.
This sounds a little different, but okay. This sounds a little different, but do you think that, are you in the United States?
Yes.
Do you think we have a good, high quality constitution? We should like follow the principles. Good, high. Do you appreciate the intrinsic value of a practical relationship among men, or men and women, of kindred thought and honor? Sounds like a weird one, but it's, I'm asking specifically for a reason.
Between kindred.
Yeah, kindred men, just like hanging out, that we can have like good relationships with each other because there's value in that.
Like dealing on a plane of equality, would you say, or like?
Maybe. I mean, I think the idea of just like,
would you say,
men should gather together and we value our fellowship. There's a, you know, something special about men who think and feel the same way getting together. The idea of just like,
all that.
Yeah. Would you say you appreciate that or agree with that?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I feel like it's a tenet of the country.
You know, something. Yeah, I do too. So that's 3 out of 4. The fourth one is, would you avow the distinction between the races of mankind and maintain white supremacy?
I'm sorry. Could you expand on that a little bit?
Yeah, just like, do you think that there's like a clear distinction between the races? You know, like black people and white people, and that you are like in favor of and maintain white supremacy?
I mean, I wouldn't say I'm in favor of maintaining white supremacy.
Yeah, I'm a no on that one also. So this is white, the KKK, right? So this is the thing that they say, this is what we stand for. We both got 3 out of 4. We're majority in agreement with them. Yeah. But I'm not going to call myself one. I'm not going to go get a hood and a sheep, you know? Like, I think at some point you go, this part of it is too bad. Even though I agree with these other things, this one really wrecks me. So with Christianity, I feel the same way. Love your neighbor? Neat. Yeah, my neighbor's pretty cool. She has a dog named Maggie. The dog's really cool. I love that dog. She's fine too. And then like, there's some other things that are like, oh, don't eat shrimp or whatever that I like. But then when it says, you know, women are ranked lower than men, slavery's okay, there's just a few deal breakers where I go, Christianity is not the right word to describe me anymore.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just getting that down. I mean, yeah, I see your point.
Are you doing a school report or something? Why are you testing?
No, I just do this for fun, honestly.
That's interesting.
But yeah, I do see your point. I personally think that, well, first of all, I want to wrestle with Christianity. I don't want to believe it easily. I want to, you know, well, just like deal with it in a way that's beneficial to me, and not just sort of blindly accept. I don't know. I don't know what I'm trying to say. I'm just saying that I have a distinct relationship with the Bible. I'd say. Yeah, I don't know.
What keeps you holding on?
I don't know. I guess I'm just very open as a person. You know, because I definitely like other religions as well. I like Buddhism is one of my favorite religions. It's up there, and like with Christianity in particular, I don't know. There's something I'm not willing to throw it all out. There's resistance there, let's say.
Are you scared of hell?
When you say that now, because like, what exactly do you mean by that word?
Are you scared if you let go, you might be wrong and go to hell?
I'm scared that if I let go, I'm missing out on something vital for life.
But you don't know what it is?
Well, you're not, so.
Well, that's the thing I'm trying to figure out. Like, I said I'm on my own path, so I'm just trying to sort through.
Okay, but if there's thousands of gods, what makes you not hold on to all of the gods? Because you might be missing out on something from one of them.
Well, that's what I said earlier, that I'm very open. So, you know, I'm investigating, I'm going through things.
But would you look into the KKK?
But you're not hanging on.
Like would you look into the ideologies of the Klan and be like, maybe this holds some life meaning? Or do you go, yeah, I don't need to look into this one because it's just so obviously horrific?
I mean, if I
That's
look,
how
yeah, well, if I find, well, first of all, I find nothing interesting in the KKK that I'm interested in. I'm just not drawn towards it, obviously. But like, you know, when it comes,
What part of Christianity draws you in?
Is it the burning of women or children or
The talking snake?
you know what?
He's beguiling.
You know what? I think what draws me in is the peculiarity of it. Because you mentioned a talking snake, and it's like when I see something peculiar like that, I'm interested. I want to investigate.
But that's in a lot of ancient literature. I mean, that was what they had at the time. So it wasn't even new to Judaism, like at that point.
Yeah.
They all had like a snake, and many of them talked.
No, yeah. I saw
sorry
that.
to interrupt. I gotta run. I gotta get to work. Thanks for having me. I gotta jet right now.
Thanks for
Thank
being
you.
here. We love you. You guys make sure you're following Mezzo, and I'm going to do a quick commercial for him. You guys make sure that you are subscribed here and on YouTube to Bad Bible Debates, and go listen to that podcast today. It's amazing. You will enjoy it. Even if you've already heard them live, I promise you, you're still going to love it. It's great. I thought at first, like, if I listened to it, I would be like, oh, I was there for this conversation. It'll bore me. It's hilarious. I love it so much. You've got to listen to Bad Bible Debates. I'm sorry. Schley, Noah, proceed with the conversation.
So I don't know how to follow Mezzo, but
I know, he's a little hard to follow, huh?
Listen, Noah, like you sound so curious. Like, why not just give it a week? You know, like this is another Mezzo thing, but just give it a try. Like, get extra curious about atheisms. Why not?
Well, that's the thing. I can't find much on atheism. I'm going to be honest with you.
Oh, do you want to know about atheism? I'll tell you about it. Get a notepad. Write this down, okay? This is good stuff. Atheists just don't believe in a God. And there's different levels of atheism. They can range from an agnostic atheist to a hard atheist. And that's up to you where you are. But the only thing is, they don't believe in a God. They're not saying, not all atheists say there is no God. They're not, you know, there's nothing else that they necessarily all agree upon. That is the only thing. Because we're not a worldview. We're not univocal. We're all different.
Yeah.
The only thing is we don't believe in God.
Mm-hmm. And I know there are many different kinds of atheists. I'm aware of that. I'm not trying to like make a slight against atheists. I just don't find it interesting personally.
Well, it's not about being interesting. It's about what you believe or you don't believe. What makes my life interesting is all the other facets about it, not my atheism. My atheism is just a lack of belief in something any more than your your lack of belief in Santa. I don't go, well, I don't really want to get to know Noah or anything about his life because he doesn't believe in Santa. And people who don't believe in Santa, I just don't find fascinating. Like, that's silly. Like, atheism isn't a thing. It's a lack of belief in one thing.
I mean,
No, I don't think you said what you meant to say, because we've been talking about all the atrocities that the Bible condones, and then you just said, well, atheism doesn't have any of that, so it's kind of boring. Ooh, that's shitty.
I don't know. I'm just trying to.
I'm glad.
I'm trying to treat things honestly. I hold no interest in atheism, and I'm just not drawn to. No.
It's not about being interested. It's not about being interested. I keep trying to tell you that. It's about whether you believe or you don't believe. I didn't wake up one morning and go, oh, wow, I'm so interested in learning more about atheism because I can't learn about a lack of belief. What I did was I said, does Christianity and this book actually align with what I believe to be true?
And
do you believe it's true?
I believe it's
true. Do you
true.
believe a snake talked?
We're getting into some territory. Okay.
We are getting some territory. Do you believe a snake talked?
I believe a snake talked.
Yeah. They don't have vocal cords. Do you believe a snake talked?
I think
it's not a hard question. Schley, do you believe a snake talked?
I think if we're
Schley, do you believe a snake talked?
Nope.
I think
very easy. Yes or no? Do you believe a snake talked?
If we're talking about purely in scientific terms, do I think that it's verified in that worldview that snakes...
I'm not asking you that. I didn't ask that question. Okay. And I don't know why you're having trouble answering the question. Because I'm asking you your personal belief. I can answer that question. I do not believe a snake talked. Ever on the entire time of existence of this earth. I do not believe any snake has ever uttered a word. Do you believe a snake talked?
I believe a woman understood a snake.
Oh no. You're just a troll. So are you just a troll?
No.
Yeah. So, yeah.
But, come on.
I think that people are very entwined with nature. I think they can understand what nature says. Certain people.
Oh my. We've got quite a guest list coming up. Hey, you know what, Noah? I'm going to put a pin in it for now.
Right.
I don't know what I'm thinking about you right now because we went from I'm leaning towards Christianity to full-blown believing in the creation story. That's not leaning. That's heavily deep indoctrinated. So I'm going to put a pin in our conversation for now. You're welcome to come back anytime. And we're going to pull up our next guest. I'm going to try to go in the order of which we were received. But listen, I'm only live for a half hour more unless we reach that gift goal. If you'd like me to stay live for another hour and a half, we need to get 4 more of the lemon slices. Also, if you haven't subscribed, again, I'm going to tell you, what are you doing with your life? I bring you Decon Q&A with CrystalJae, CrystalJae's conversations with Christians, and non-believers Bible study. And also, I do a lot of awesome shit for this community, so you should subscribe. Wait a second. I'm going to get Dark Crystal. She wants to talk to you for a second, okay? You guys, Crystal's going to get on the screen right now, and she's going to ask you to subscribe, and you better listen to her, okay? Come on, Crystal.
Yeah.
Hey, guys, could you guys, subscribe to my channel? Did I do the meme good? There I am. There's Dark Crystal. Yeah, if you're a subscriber, drop some of the cool stickers in the chat so the people who don't subscribe can see what they're missing. Mama, how are you today? Can I get your age for TikTok purposes?
26.
All right. And are you a Christian or a believer of the God of the Bible?
I am a Christian and a believer, yes.
Okay, great. Our question today for Christians is, what if you're wrong? And the reason we're asking this question is because a lot of times Christians will say to us, what if you're wrong? You're going to burn in hell. But if I'm wrong, nothing. There's no consequences. But I'm telling you that if you're wrong, then so much untold harm has happened to humanity because of this religion. What do you think about that?
I have a question first. Are you atheist, agnostic, theist? Like, what is your core beliefs?
I'm an atheist.
Oh, I'm not sure what that one is.
An atheist says that we can't even come to a clear definition of what a God is. So I don't see a reason to believe in a God because we can't even clearly define God.
Okay. So, I guess I don't believe that I'm wrong. So, like, the what if I'm wrong is hard to answer because
Why?
if
You
I'm
guys
wrong,
do it to us all the time. You do
when
it
I
to us all
die,
the
I'll
time.
just
Why
turn
don't
into
you
grass,
try
I
to sit
guess.
with it? I'm not asking about the afterlife. I want you to consider what if you're wrong. You guys ask us this question all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And we have to think about it. You guys tell us, think about it. Think about what could happen. I'm not talking about the afterlife for you. I want you to understand that if this religion is wrong, the harm on women alone is insurmountable. We'll never be able to calculate how much harm has been done to women and society because of it. Because of holding back women, we were not allowed in STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. 50% of society was not allowed to help in the advancement of society because women are supposed to be submissive to men.
So, the Bible, when it's talking about women in submission, it's not saying submission to men as a whole. It's saying to man, which would be their husband.
First their father and then their husband. And yes, you are not allowed to ever question another man. Don't give me that shit. You better not. That is not your place. You're not even allowed to talk in church. If you have a question in church, you have to go ask your husband.
Okay, so, and I believe, is it Timothy where it's talking about the women staying silent in church?
I believe so.
So that specific church that he was talking to, that church had a problem with the women's...
That's not biblical. And unless you can show that biblical, I don't want to hear extra narratives that is called apologetics. We're not going to go and just insert stories here. We're going to go by what the Bible says. The Bible says to be quiet. We do not permit women to speak in church. It never says this specific church. He says, I don't allow women to speak in church.
So that if we can only go off the Bible and we can't use politics or theology,
no,
then
I'm
we
saying
can
when we're
just
talking
point to
about the
Genesis where
Bible,
it says
when we're
God created
talking
man
about the Bible,
and woman in his image.
when we're talking about the Bible, Mama, do you have a problem hearing my voice? When we're talking about the Bible, we're going to stay in the Bible, okay? I didn't say we can't use anything else. We could talk about statistics. We can talk about femicide. We can talk about all kinds of things that there's no information about that in the Bible. I'm just saying, if you're going to talk about the Bible, don't come and give me your interpretation or some church father's interpretation, because the Bible says what it says, and we don't need somebody else's interpretation. We can go by what it says. We understand English. We can read the words. When I talk, you be quiet. You can talk now.
That was the TV, sorry. If we're only going to take what the Bible says, why can't we take that God created man and woman in his image? That's not theology, that's not hermeneutics, that's Nothing. He created man and woman. He gave them both equality in the likeness of him, and he gave
What
both
does that mean?
dominion over the earth.
What does it mean in his image? Does it mean we physically look like him? Does it mean we spiritually look like him? What does it mean? Does it mean he took an image of himself and he made us, well, in the image? What does it mean? We don't even know what he meant by that. He never clarifies.
Well, if we're going to get stuck on
And
the
if you're going to start there, let's continue on in the book. When God himself says women are only worth 30 shekels and men are worth 50. When he himself says, sell your daughters into slavery. When he himself has David's wives draped on the rooftop so that everybody can see.
So I actually was on with you the other day, and I was talking about this with you, and I was like, you know what, I'm going to have to go back and look that up. And so I did. And kind of in our conversation, we were talking a little bit about the historical, like, you cannot read the Old Testament without understanding the times and the culture that they were in.
So your God is bound to culture and humans?
It wouldn't make sense for God to speak to Moses talking about 2087.
No, but it would make sense that a God who is the same yesterday, today, and always treated women like equals from the beginning of time.
So
has nothing to do with culture. It's how he treated women.
But if we're talking about this one part in Leviticus, the understanding and the knowledge that I've gained and understood from reading more up on this is that he's talking about their worth, but not in the sense that you're trying to come at it from. He's talking about the sense of the culture, the time that they were in, the agricultural aspect of what they were going to do. So
your God is bound to humans and culture. Your God is impotent then. If a God can only do something because of the culture at the time, he is impotent.
No, I don't think
it means we control him.
No.
No, I do understand. You're saying that men were worth more money at the time because they could do labor that women probably couldn't do, like all the farm work and stuff that needed to be done. So they were worth more than the women who, like, actually at the time were only good for sex and giving birth. So that's why women were worth less to a timeless God who is the same yesterday, today, and always.
I feel like you're trying to paint this in a picture that it's not. If he's talking about something specifically, he can talk about something specifically. If we want to put him in this context of everything he says has to be, I'm not even sure like the point you're trying to make in context with what we're talking about. But if we're gonna say
you really don't know what the point I'm trying to make?
Like I know the point you're trying to make, I just don't think it makes
What is the point I'm trying to make? What's the point I'm trying to make?
That why didn't God just create women as physically capable as men?
No, I don't care. There are women that are absolutely 100% physically capable as men already walking on this earth today. Yeah. There are things I physically can do that my husband cannot do. There are things my husband can do that I cannot do. That we are physically equal. I didn't say that.
Okay, then what is the point that you're trying to
Why didn't he love us and value us equally?
He does.
No, he does not. He doesn't from the beginning, and he doesn't till the end. He does not consider us equal. And people who tell you that are lying to you from the very beginning. He made woman to take on the downfall of humanity.
And
he told men to sell their daughters into sex slavery. He allowed David's son to not only allowed, he said, I, the Lord, am doing this. Made Absalom to rape all of David's wives. He said, you are not as valuable as men. You are only worth 30 shekels. Men are worth 50. And I don't know if you have ever had a job or not. And I don't know if you've ever had a job where you work alongside a man. And I don't know if you've ever had a job where you worked alongside a man who did not do the same amount of work as you, but got paid more than you. But I have, and it sucks.
That would suck, but I don't think that's the fault of God. I think that's the fault of poor leadership and...
No, it's not. It's because there is no God. Of course it's not the fault of God.
Okay,
but your God would be okay with that.
No, he would not. We have people to blame for terrible things like that.
Thank you, that real Richie. No, your God is okay with it. He tells you that men are the head of women, and Christ is the head of men, and God is the head of Christ. He tells you there's a hierarchy, and you're at the bottom of it.
And he also tells me that I am fearfully and beautifully made, that he had a plan.
He doesn't say that to you. It doesn't say that to you.
He does.
He never said that to you.
He has.
Even if
no, he doesn't.
Even if it did say that, it also calls you a dog. It refers to you as a slur. It puts you at the lowest of the low position. Where is your backbone, mama? Do you really want to be treated this way? Do you want to live by a book where men use it and wield it over you to control you and keep you down and to abuse?
That was David, okay? That was a man saying that. And so if you're going to quote a man, let's not take that verse and say that that was meant for women. That was David saying that to God. It was a man saying that, how he felt about his relationship with God. He didn't say all of humanity is fearfully and wonderfully made. And David actually didn't feel that everybody was. David was special.
Okay, so I'm gonna curb the conversation because I want to try and at least get somewhere. How do you, with your beliefs and your viewpoint on the world, where does good and evil come from?
Common sense and dealing with people in the world every single day. I am a graduating nurse, and I treat people with kindness, and I help them feel better because I can, and because it benefits me, it benefits them. You have a brain, you can use it. The Bible is unnecessary for any of that.
Okay.
Do you think that your morals are only grounded in the Bible, Mama, and that you don't ever use your own brain to figure out your morality?
I would say that my morals come from the Bible, yes.
Okay. I can prove you're wrong right now.
Okay, wait. Can I finish?
No, we're going to talk about this. We got on morals. You wanted to know where our morals come from, and I'm going to show you right now that your morals come from the same place my morals come from. Okay. They come from my brain.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
Mama, is it always, always, always wrong to grape somebody?
Yes.
All right, I agree. It is always wrong. So right now, our morals seem pretty well aligned, correct? And graping, we will agree, means to sexually do something to another human being, regardless of whether you and I feel exactly the same on where that line is drawn, without consent. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. Show me in the Bible where it says to have consent.
I cannot think of a verse that says ask for consent before you have sex.
There's no verse.
No, sorry.
There's no verse at all that exists about consent because consent wasn't a thing. Women were owned first by their fathers and then by their husbands. There are laws on what happens if a man does something that, ruins a contract, but there's nowhere where consent is ever a thing. For instance, there's actually no law in there that says you can't grape a widow. talks about a bunch of other women you can't grape, but not a widow. And I think there's another type of women that you can, that there's no law about too. I'll have to ask Mac Lester when I talk to him next. But consent is an idea that we as humans evolved to understand. And you feel that way because you evolved to understand that your body doesn't belong to other people, that every person should have autonomy over their own body. But you didn't get that from the Bible because it's not in there. Morals are subjective, even Christian morals. There wouldn't be 45,000 different denominations if you guys all had the same morals.
Well, I would argue denominations come not, I wouldn't necessarily say they come from morals. I think it comes from more from like.
They do. You guys are arguing about what the word says is sin and not sin. That is where you guys have your divides. Some believe that you must have works in order to get to heaven. And some believe that if you don't need those. Some believe if you don't do them, you're going to sin and go to hell. Some believe you have to be baptized or you sin and go to hell. These are sins. You guys are disagreeing on what you think are morals because your sins are your morals.
I agree. I just guess I wouldn't have called them morals, as I would have called them just differing like beliefs or understandings. But so you're saying our morals come from our brain and like common sense. So
not necessarily common sense. I don't think that everybody has common sense.
Yeah, I was going to say definitely not common sense.
And now everybody is going to be able to have good morals, frankly. But where people derive their moral compass from is understanding empathy, compassion, lived experiences. A lot of times someone will be cheated on, and then they will go, oh my God, that really hurt. I will never cheat on another person because that really hurt. Other people will go, that bitch cheated on me and now I'm gonna go cheat on everybody because I got hurt. So we don't always agree morally, but what we do know is that we can measure things like harm. And because we can measure things like harm, we can literally make morals that we know are the best morals for society at the time, because we can say we need to minimize harm and maximize joy. And when we do those things, we are doing things that are morally correct.
Okay. So I struggle with not knowing exactly where our morality comes from, because then you have people like, I know you've probably heard this 1,000 times. It's by the TV. People like Hitler or terrorists or.
You can't say his name though, okay? Don't say his name.
Oh, sorry.
Online,
like
you'll get flagged, and you don't want that.
Like the bad dude with the mustache, or terrorists.
What about him?
Rapists.
Did he minimize harm? Are those things minimizing harm?
In his
mind, No, he didn't. No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
You're saying he did that for laughs?
No, he did it. He did it for power and to be rich. Are you kidding me?
In his mind,
it had nothing to do with morals.
Right. But then what did it have to do with? To write a good book?
I just told you, for power and money.
And
the same reason
so
Trump is doing it today.
Would line up with that.
You can have a lack of morals, Mama.
Okay, but so then where do the morals come from?
Not everybody has morals.
So if we all get to make up our own morals, and morals are only...
We don't all make up our own morals. I said we as a society come together. We can measure harm, and we can see what minimizes harm and maximizes joy.
But what
we can measure those things.
Opinions line up on what those are.
Did you hear me? Measure. We can use science to measure. We can go, hey, you know what we found out? That when you grape somebody, It causes a lot of harm. You know how we know this? Because science, because doctors have been able to show an actual change in the brain after somebody has been traumatized by SA. We can measure that and we could go, wow, that is not good. And we are not going to do that as a society. Now it's not, we don't have to go, oh, but Joe thinks it's not okay. And if you do it, we're going to fucking put you in prison. Because it's measurable.
Okay, well,
and if you need a book that was written by a bunch of goat herders 2,000 years ago to tell you whether what you're about to do is right or wrong, you've got a lot of bigger problems. Because I bet you $1 million every day you have little moral things that come up and you don't stop and go read the Bible. You go, this is gonna hurt somebody, probably shouldn't do it. This is gonna help somebody, I should probably do that.
So then what is the point if we're going off of a moral compass that is ran by the majority? I guess
ran by measuring.
Okay, ran by
not just a majority.
Measuring. Well,
if the majority said that grape is good, and then all of the evidence came back and said, no, it's not, no, it's not, no, it's not, then we need to go to the majority and say, look, we've measured it. We've used actual measurements and found out not good. Okay. Not good at all. You know, like for instance, they used to think that cigarette smoking was good. Mm-hmm. They used to go look at the old advertisements. They were considered healthy. They had doctors that recommended X amount of cigarettes a day. Okay, they were good. Yeah. But we started measuring what really occurs in the body when you inhale nicotine and tar and a bunch of other additives and so forth that they put into the tobacco. And we were like, whoa, shit, this stuff is actually really bad. So at the beginning, majority said, good. After measuring, we said, ooh, bad. Now majority, bad.
Okay. And I say okay not to agree with you, but to like not want to argue. Does that make sense? Like, I feel like arguing to a certain extent just doesn't do anything. So like, I'm saying what I think, you're saying what you think. We might not agree, but we can keep talking.
You're right, and I'm sorry if I keep it. I think I'm a little heated still from the previous conversations, and
You're good. No, you're good.
Look, I made a sign, and I'm trying. I'm really, really freaking trying. Okay.
You're good.
Yeah. This nice lady.
But sometimes I get too heated. I'm sorry. You go right ahead.
Good. So I guess the last point that I want to talk about is I know what I believe and like about afterlife and stuff, but I want to know what you believe about like afterlife and death.
I believe that nobody knows, and that I don't think we'll ever know in my lifetime what happens after we unalive. But I believe that probably what happens to me is what has happened to every living thing that has ever perished on this earth. My body will break down in some way, whether it's through cremation or through natural processes, and all of the matter and energy and everything inside of me will go back into the ground. It will nourish other things that will live on this earth, and it's just the cycle of life. My consciousness will cease to exist, and I will know because I'll be gone. One day, somebody on this planet is going to say my name for the last time, and that'll be the last time I'm ever heard or thought of again. And that's okay.
Okay. So, and this is not a question where I'm like trying to be like me, like snarky or anything, but if I believe in a heaven and a hell, but that's what you believe, does hell bother you, or is it just like you're frustrated with the way that hell is like used as like a weapon to people?
I don't believe hell exists. So mostly I think that, first of all, most people who believe in hell have never actually researched hell, where it came from, where the idea came from, because it wasn't taught in Christianity for a really long time. And most Christians don't know that. They think that it's been taught since the beginning of Christianity. I think that if people would educate themselves on the mythology of hell, a lot of Christians would stop using it as a threat. But it doesn't exist. So most of the time, I don't even think about hell.
Okay.
I don't think about a lot of places that don't exist, though, to be honest with you. Like, I never think about Tatooine very often either. I might think of Tatooine more often than I think of hell.
Okay. All right. Well, I guess.
Do you think it should bother me?
No, I was just, well, I know that there's Christians, and I say Christians with a heavy heart, that use hell as like a weapon to try to get people to believe, or like to scare people into like a.
There
like,
are Christians who are waiting for us to go to hell. They are excited about it.
Like with that, I would say with a heavy heart, like that's not what it should be. And it's almost like my God doesn't want anyone to go to hell. And
Well, Jesus said that people will be going to hell, and
well, just because people are going to hell doesn't mean that he's like rejoicing and triumphing over like people's disbelief.
I don't know about that. On Judgment Day, he's going to come back and wield his sword and have his coat drenched in our blood. He sounds pretty excited about that.
So, I'm assuming you're talking about Revelation?
Yeah.
We're actually in a study about Revelation, but it's hard because it's like, I believe there is a heaven and a hell, but I don't believe, like, I think there's verbiage in the Bible about hell, and it's a lot of it is, I think, figurative, like a fiery furnace or like a pool of fire and all those things. When
does it really matter what it is?
Well,
if it's for an eternity and it's a form of punishment for an eternity. Sometimes I feel like people don't really think about how long eternity is. It means never going to end. That somebody is going to be punished because their brain was not convinced of an invisible being who never made himself known, and who was so confusing that religion after religion after religion was created to try to understand it. 45,000 denominations, plus Muslims, plus Judaism, plus Jehovah's Witnesses, plus Mormons. So utterly confusing. And because some people's brains were like, this all sounds like bullshit, just like all the other gods that you don't believe in, because you don't believe in the other gods, you think they're all bullshit. But because there was one more God that I still couldn't wrap my head around, I am going to be some form or another tortured for an eternity. And none of you Christians have thought, maybe we should stand up to God and tell God this is not cool.
So
maybe we should tell our God, hey, whoa, Moses stood up to God and said, wait, what are you doing? Don't destroy all those people. Maybe Christians should go, wait, you're going to destroy my auntie and my cousin because they don't believe? Please don't do that. Don't destroy them. But instead you're going, well, you guys deserve it. You fucking deserve it.
So I view hell, and I believe hell is the separation from God. And so why?
That's not what it says. Where does it say that in the Bible that hell is only the separation from God? And if that's true, first of all, then God cannot be omnipresent. Because if there is any ability to be separated from him, he is no longer omnipresent. You can't. It's not true.
So it's not referring to like a physical separation, but like a spiritual separation. So
he's not omnipresent because he is spiritual.
but he's also physical in Jesus.
No,
And
he was physical when he was on earth. He's not anymore.
No, but Jesus is sat next to him on a throne. So like he is.
You think Jesus' body from 2,000 years ago with holes in it is sitting next to a spiritual throne next to God?
I think so.
You don't think that anything's weird with that story?
No, I mean, I think when we go to heaven, we are made perfect. And like people who may have died from cancer or a hurricane, like they're not going to be up there in soggy clothes looking disheveled in heaven. Like we are given a new body.
Okay, you kind of broke up there. So you're saying people with cancers and stuff, they all are given a new body? How old are we going to be when we go to heaven?
I have no idea. But I'm okay with not knowing. I don't think me needing to know the age would create disbelief in my belief in heaven. But my whole...
because like some babies die when they're first... Wait. I want to tell you why I'm asking the question. You said we're going to get new bodies. So like if you died of cancer or whatever, you'll get a brand new healthy body. And you said the same, whatever. So some babies die of cancer like when they're born or from a drug overdose from the mother or many other things, heart failure, what have you. So they're just going to be like little babies up in heaven. And then some people don't die till they're like 102. They're going to be like little geriatric people walking around up in heaven alongside the little babies up in heaven. And do we age in heaven? And then if we age in heaven, doesn't that show that heaven isn't perfect because our bodies would age? So yeah, I have questions because the story is unbelievable. And when you actually sit back and go, wait, none of this makes sense. Let me ask all these questions. And then people go, I don't know. I don't have the answer to that. Then I think you really haven't looked into this very far because these are things I would want to know before I would give my life to a God who tells me that I'm worth less than a man.
So
these are the questions.
I guess for me, I think everyone's wondered like, oh, I wonder what heaven's going to be like. Are there really going to be streets of gold? Like, what age are we going to be? What are we going to look like? Are we going to be like spirits floating around? Like, I don't know, but none of that deters why I believe in Jesus. Like, I don't believe in God so that I can go to heaven. Like, I'm not like, God, please come get me so I can go to heaven. Like, that's not the end goal of being a Christian. And like, we're not here just to go to heaven. We're here to do good and to be good and to give our lives to God. And so it's like the little things, I understand why people question them and get caught up in them, but I don't see them as the lack of God's existence or the lack of who he is. I just see those as we're humans and we have questions and things that don't make sense. We're like, well, I want an answer. I need an answer. But in reality, like some things we just won't ever have an answer for. And that's just, I think that's okay. But I also think it's okay to wrestle and question. So
it's weird to me that you guys are okay for there to be questions on your end, but you're not okay for there to be questions on like the end of science. Like, it's okay that I don't know what's really going to happen when we get to heaven and I don't know what age we'll all be or what it's going to be like. It's okay that the whole story sounds ridiculous, like that Jesus with his holy body is in a physical body sitting in a spiritual realm. It's okay if I don't understand that. But hey, atheists, explain where everything came from. Well, we don't really know yet. We're not See, you don't have answers. It's weird to me. It's weird to me that you guys are okay with all that.
yeah, I mean, I totally get where you're coming from. I think maybe, I know my biggest thing for like understanding atheism and understanding like the origin of like how to believe what you guys believe is like I guess like the start of everything. But the movie that my kids are watching is over, so I have to go hang out with them and do stuff. But thank you.
Mama, thanks for being here again. I appreciate you. Come back anytime. You are welcome. You guys, it is time's up unless somebody wants to give me 4 more lemons. I do have a guest in the box I can bring up. Norguy is in the box. But right now, actually, time is up unless we get 4 more of the slice that lemon. Schley, this has been good conversations today. Did you enjoy it?
It has been amazing. I'm so grateful that you had me. Thanks for having me. Thanks everybody for being here.
Yeah, I really appreciate it. Thanks for everybody over on YouTube. I'm so happy you guys are all over there and watching. I really appreciate it. Oh, there's one. Thank you, Stella Nova. Thank you so much. And thank you for all the likes. It looks like, oh, Elizabeth, thank you so much. It looks like we might be staying on, Schley. Let me go ahead and bring up Norguy, come back in the box. It looks like we're going to go ahead and stay. Thank you so much. We're going to stay for 1 more hour. If we get 2 more lemon slices, we need 2 more to stay 1 more hour. And if you want, there's 1 more from Shelly Belly. Thank you, Shelly Belly. Woohoo! Appreciate it. And there's one from etc. Thank you, etc. You guys make sure you thank the gifters. And Norguy, I'm going to send you an invite in case you want to come back up. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Make sure you give Schley, too, because she's amazing. And thanks for everybody who's come up today, too. Thank you, Mezzo and Ken and Hanji.
Why is this?
And I don't know, did I forget somebody?
Yeah, thank you, everybody. I wanted to, you guys, you were just cooking, whatever you were doing. You were slaying, okay? And I just didn't want to interrupt.
We have to say Schlayin for now on.
I was slay today. But something, I think I heard Mezzo mention this before, or somebody in a live talk about how, I don't know if we can say the serial killer or person, unaliver, who accepted Jesus and is probably in heaven or whatever. But like, that's a thought, right? If you want to talk about what it's going to be like in heaven, do you really want to like get up off your knees from worshiping a God to look over and see the person who ate you? What?
Right?
No, thank you.
Right?
Go to heaven.
And let me tell you something. He didn't even do that to me. I don't want to see that bitch. Like, what? Right. Am I going to have to go to blows in heaven all the time? You guys really, is that what it's going to come down to? I'm just going to be up there going, this motherfucker's here too? You know what I mean? I will just be fighting everybody. That's not good. That's not
Just
healthy.
make me a tree. I just, grind me up, put me in the ground. I want to turn into a tree, maybe a lemon tree. I don't know.
That's the only reason I want to go to heaven to beat up Dahmer, Mezzo said. Hey, Sato, how are you?
I am good, and it is soda.
Soda. I'm sorry. I don't know why I said that.
You're fine.
Soda. Are you a Christian or a believer in the God of the Bible?
Yes.
All right. And are you over 18?
I am 23.
All right. So today we're talking about what if you're wrong. And the reason we're talking about it is because a lot of times Christians ask us, what if you're wrong? You will go to hell. But if I'm wrong, nothing bad happens. And what I'm proposing today is that if you all have been wrong, there has been so much harm done from this religion that I don't know that we would ever be able to measure it all. I talked a lot today about how, hang on one second, a friendly wants to come up. Let me check what Algo needs real quick. Hang on one second. Hey, Algo, did you need something?
Oh, I just actually wanted to add to what you're talking about. What if you're wrong? So what I'll do is I'll be quiet, or I can drop back down in the comments and put up later.
Okay, I'll bring you up later. All right, let me go ahead and start with this, guys. All right. So if you're wrong. We'll just start with what has happened with women. Because of the Bible and Christianity and the Abrahamic religions, women were not allowed into STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics until very recently. Because of that, 50% of society who could have been helping with the advancement for things like cures to diseases, groundbreaking medicine, engineering, architecture, I don't even know all the things that could have advanced, but didn't because women weren't allowed in it. So what we want to know is, what do you think about that?
If the reasoning women weren't allowed into those fields was due solely to Christianity, that would be a grave mistake and a grave evil, but I don't think that that can be said to be the sole reason. I mean, most societies, regardless of whether they're Christian or not, like
many states and countries had laws against it solely because of Christian theology, that we were taking jobs away from men, and men were to be the breadwinners and women were to stay home and take care of the home. That was definitely Abrahamic, and it is still happening in Abrahamic countries today, where they are trying to still pass laws like that. They want to take away my right to vote, so please don't tell me this doesn't have to do with Christianity. But there are other countries that are having to deal with the same thing in Islam, which is still the Abrahamic God. So this all ties to the Abrahamic God.
Sure.
And do I believe that women have been treated horrible throughout time? Before the Abrahamic religions? Oh, yes. Yes, absolutely. I believe that the Abrahamic religions are all made up by men, and that is why it says that in the Bible. But I believe if we would have figured it out 2,000 years ago that this was all bullshit, we may have advanced by now.
Sure. I get where you're coming from, and if that was the sole reason why was due to the Bible, I would say that that is a grave evil, and that should be amended, and we should make strives to make sure that never happens again, and that is very bad.
So what are you doing to make sure women continue to get to vote in our country? What have you done as a man to make sure that we get to keep voting?
What have I done personally to make sure that you get to keep voting?
Yeah, what have you personally done? Yeah, what have you done?
I have voted for politicians that support the right of everyone to vote. So, I mean, that, but considering women are, like, allowed to in our country now, I don't think, unless it was, like, there was a serious threat against that being taken, I would probably...
There is a serious threat against her right now, and if you don't know, that tells me you're not doing enough. And it tells me that you actually don't care if these things change for women. You just go, well, if it was solely Christianity, I might stand up and do something. But because I think that maybe some other things might be a factor, I don't really need to stand up for women.
That's not what I said. I would protest and such. If there was a serious call to take away women's right to vote, that would be evil.
Okay, let's look this up here.
Look what up?
So if I find it for you, you'll protest?
If you find what for me?
A serious threat to take away my right to vote in America.
Well, considering the Constitution protects that right, maybe. Unless we amended the Constitution, and if unconstitutional laws were being passed, then yeah, I would absolutely protest. If an unconstitutional law that said, like, women can't vote was passed, absolutely, or if someone was actually arguing for that, yeah, I would
They are actually arguing it. The fact that you don't know tells me that you're just...
What do you want me to do?
Well, I would like you to actually protest and not just say that you will. I would like you to talk to other men and tell them this is wrong. Women should have equal rights in the United States and in every country on this planet. I would like you to tell men that they should stay out of our health issues, that I should not... Do you know that still in this country today, there are doctors who will not do very common medical procedures on women without getting the approval from their husband or father? Because
yeah, I argue against that all the time. Yeah, I argue against that all the
Arguing
time. I think
doesn't
that's wrong.
do much.
What do you want me to do? Argue on a street corner with a sign? That's all protesting is. But yeah, I would support changing that. That shouldn't be allowed. Unfortunately, just due to the way the laws are set up, though, a doctor isn't forced to do any.
A prominent member of the Hard Right House Freedom Caucus, Representative Chip Roy, Republican from Texas, plans to deprive millions of women of their rights to vote. A prominent member of the Progressive Democrats of America says Roy is publishing Bill H.R. 22, the SAVE Act, with PDA member Nikki Leader, warned could cut female voter turnout by 30%. The SAVE Act, as a target, the progressives could take on and defeat using the methods the session discussed, said Leader and Mike Fox, PDA's deputy executive director, who chaired the February 6th Zoom session of 250 plus people. There is a person right now in Texas, that's just one. There are many
What does the act
who
do?
literally have said, I didn't read the whole act right now. I'm telling you they exist. Whether that act
I need
will
to
do
know
it or
what it
not,
does.
can I please finish? Whether that act makes it or not, whether the next one makes it or not, there are men actively working on trying to take away the women's rights to vote.
I would need to know what the act actually does.
So you don't care that the men are actually working on whether the act actually would do anything or not. You don't care that the men are working on doing that.
No, if the act
That's
says
my
we
point.
should.
Nope, I don't
I'll
care
tell you.
about the act. If the act is a piece of shit garbage they throw in the trash tomorrow, I'm telling you, they're going to start writing up another one. And another
All the act
one,
does is
and
require.
another one.
I'm reading it right now.
You're not
All the bill.
listening to me.
I
You're
am
not
listening to you.
me.
All the bill
No, you're
does is
not.
require individuals to provide proof of U.S. citizenship when voting in federal elections. There's
You're
nothing wrong
not
with that.
listening to me. You're not listening to me.
Well, the example you gave, all it does is make you need to provide proof that you're a U.S. citizen when voting.
Go ahead, Crystal.
Even if, oh, here's Benny. I'll let Benny mansplain. And here's Ashera. Maybe she'd like to come up too.
Why would I have a problem with a bill saying that you need to
You're
be
not
a U.S.
listening to
citizen
me.
to vote?
You're not listening to me.
I am listening to you.
No, you're not.
You're really not. Yeah. Like, here. So you understand that when women get married, they have to change their last name. Do you know that it is a process to then get a new identification that represents that new last name?
Well, they don't have to change their last name.
Are you serious right now? I mean, like, we are already kind of baked into this patriarchal tradition. So, like, now people aren't going to be able to vote because they didn't get their ID updated because they took their husband's last names.
How does that do that exactly?
Read the bill.
Because I can't show an ID.
Right. If your ID does not match your legal name, it's not a good ID.
And by the way, and since you've probably never had to change your name, Soda, I will tell you that it's quite a process. It doesn't just like happen overnight magically. And a lot of times paperwork gets lost. You have to refile paperwork. It's not a 2-day thing, okay? So if there is an election in the middle of me trying to change my last name because I got married and I don't have all the legal documentation that matches my legal name because I only have my maiden name documentation, I won't get to vote.
Do you have a social security number?
It doesn't matter.
Read the bill.
I did. All it says is that you need to require proof of U.S. citizenship, which would be a social security number, which you don't change.
Not if it doesn't match my name.
Have you ever
my
heard...
social security number will have my maiden name on it, but my legal name will now be my married name.
Yeah,
you aren't listening,
You would
Soda.
need a new social security card.
Okay.
Yeah,
and
when you change your name, that's what happens. But Soda, can I tell you something else? I
Sure.
already said, even if this bill is a piece of trash, men are working on trying to take away my right to vote.
That is not taking away your right to vote.
I mean, like, I don't see how you do not see, like, this is directly aimed at exactly that.
I think it's aimed at illegal immigrants. I think that's all it does.
No one is illegal
you
on
think-
stolen lands, first of all.
Well, I didn't make an argument about that. All I was saying is it's aimed at non-documented immigrants.
Bro, illegal immigrants, as you're classifying them, by the way, people can't be illegal. Okay? Illegal is an adjective. Okay? But they can't vote. They cannot vote.
Okay.
They can vote in special, like, municipal, maybe, like, power
even
districts.
What about Pete Hegsworth? What about Pete Hegsworth?
What about him?
Is that Hegseth? I don't even know how to say his name because he's so yeah, that dude. What about him?
What about him?
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth faced significant controversy after reposting a video featuring Christian nationalist pastor advocating for extreme ideologies, including banning same-sex and ending women's rights to vote.
Yeah, Doug
Video
Wilson's
drew
the guy's
widespread
name.
criticism.
I mean, I don't like
The
Pete Hegseth.
SAFE Act, what is a threat to women's voting rights, the Safeguard American Voter Eligibility introduced by President Trump and his congressional allies has been criticized for imposing discriminatory requirements that could suppress voter participation, particularly among women, trans individuals, young voters, naturalized citizens, and others. The bill mandates in-person submission of documents like birth certificates every time voters register or update their registration, effectively nullifying online registration. Critics argue those hurdles are unnecessary, especially since non-citizens voting is already illegal and rare. So they're not going after people
Don't
illegally
support this
voting.
law.
Soda, you are just saying that because it makes you feel better. Okay, Project 2025 is a blueprint for the conservative policies. Project 2025 is a federal policy agenda and blueprint for a radical restructuring of the executive branch, authored and published by former Trump administration officials in partnership with the Heritage Foundation, a long-standing conservative think tank that opposes abortion, reproductive rights, LGBTQ rights, immigration rights, and racial equality. The project includes proposals that could weaken the enforcement of civil rights laws, including those protecting voting rights, potentially leading to increased voter suppression and discrimination.
Yeah, I don't support any of those.
Don't want women. I'm not saying you do, Soda. You asked me where were people trying to take away my right to vote, and you acted like it's null and doesn't exist. And no matter how much I point you to people who literally have said women don't need to vote.
Yeah, I'm sure there's people saying that. I'm saying that your right to vote is protected by the U.S. Constitution.
How much has the Constitution meant recently?
You know, there's loopholes. That is like exactly the point of the HR resolution that they're trying to pass with Abbott in Texas.
Yeah, I don't
you're
believe
constitutionally protected, but your ID has to match, your birth certificate has to match your social security number.
All it says is that you have to provide proof of citizenship, which a birth certificate would do. And you don't change your birth certificate when you get married.
When they
say that.
Read further into it, they ask you for like 2 forms of ID. They need multiple pieces of mail to confirm your address. They make it very, very difficult.
You skimmed it, Soda. You did not read the whole bill just now. Don't lie. I hate that, okay? I know Benny has read the bill, okay? But don't do that. You did not read the whole bill while you were sitting.
The bill requires for individuals to provide documentary proof of U.S. citizenship when registering to vote in federal elections. Specifically, the bill prohibits states from accepting and processing an application to register to vote in a federal election unless the applicant presents documentary proof of U.S. citizenship. This bill specifies what documents are considered acceptable proof of U.S. citizenship, such as identification that complies with the Real ID Act of 2005 that indicates U.S. citizenship, a birth certificate.
Right, and do you know what's required for the Real ID?
No, he doesn't.
A birth certificate, a social security number, and
multiple pieces of mail, specific pieces of mail with your address on it and your name.
Yeah, I got one.
And that name has to match.
Benny, did you know that Doug just went in to get his real ID and was denied?
Oh, really?
Did I tell you about that?
No, you didn't.
Because his original birth certificate has a typographical error on it where, you know how like back when people use typewriters, sometimes instead of using whiteout or whatever, they would just retype over the word. Yeah, so they did that. And so his name was illegible. Now, let me explain what he had with him at the time of going to get his real ID. He had his California driver's license. Okay, he had his birth certificate, the original. He had his social security card with him, and he had an expired passport, which, as we know, you already have to go through a bunch of ID information to have that. But because the original birth certificate has the error on it, we now have to petition California to change the original birth certificate, reissue a new birth certificate, and then he will have to go and start the process over.
And let me guess, that takes like 6 to 8 months. And by the way, you can't get on a plane without a real ID, without unless you're carrying a passport or like your birth certificate with you.
I don't think that's enforced yet. I got on a plane in March.
It's true. I just flew in July, and since I just told you my husband didn't get his real ID, he was pulled out of line and he had to be swabbed. At the Palm Springs airport, they swab your feet with something, and then they do all this background check on your paperwork and stuff, and so you have to get there so if you're normally getting there 2 hours before your flight, you need to get there 3 hours before your flight.
Did that just start? It started in May. Okay.
Yeah, it did recently start.
Okay,
and then when he was in Austin and flew out, they actually have a special line, so they kind of went faster, actually, to be honest with you. But you're still in a separate line. You have to show all this stuff. And then they swapped his hands instead of his feet. So
yeah, that sucks.
you do have to have the real ID.
The real ID law. I think it's kind of silly.
Yeah, but these are like ways that these, like establishments that...
Well, y'all protesting?
We're trying to educate people. I mean...
That doesn't do anything.
Yes,
I have been yelled at me for not going out and protesting.
Have you been protesting? Because I did go out protesting. Did you go out protesting?
Yeah, I did. I mean, I guess I did
go out and protest the real ID thing?
No, I didn't protest the real ID. You just asked Benny if he went out protesting.
Well, y'all were talking about the real ID thing, and you said you're not gonna. I'm like basically useless if I don't go out and protest the real ID people.
That's not what I said to you.
You're useless. Come on.
Yeah, like let's not.
I said basically.
Try not to hyperfixate on like these specific things. The point is to stay on the up and up. To realize that you're getting the rug pulled out from under you, right? So like by just being complacent is almost being worse.
How am I complacent?
Bro, we just explained to you like a ton of stuff that you had no idea on.
All I didn't know is that the real ID law was being enforced.
Yeah. Are you a troll?
Hi, Yaya.
He's just being obstinate and disingenuous. So.
Yeah, contrarian.
I'm not being disingenuous or a contrarian. I just don't see what I'm doing wrong.
I just want to make a quick comment.
I don't see that you're
Yaya.
doing anything.
Wait, you guys, wait. Let's say hi to Yaya real quick, because she never comes up. Yaya, did you have something you wanted to say?
Yes, sweetheart. I just wanted to go back to your point that you kept saying you're not listening to me. So maybe I can explain it a little bit differently.
Thank you.
So what G is saying is it's the ideology that is being enforced. It's not a particular bill, because after that bill is voted down, they're going to write another one. And the reason why that ideology, and they're even writing these bills, is because Trump and his cronies are literally saying, do we have to follow the Constitution? Which is a very scary idea. I just looked it up, May 24th of this year. He said, basically, I don't have to follow the Constitution, which we have seen that he's been very defiant.
I believe Donald Trump should be impeached.
Hold on just a minute. So,
but her point's not about Trump either. You gotta listen to her whole
it's not
point.
about Trump. It's the ideology. The last thing I'm going to say is that most Christians voted for him. So do you see how the chain goes on? If it's not Trump, it's going to be somebody who has similar ideology, and the Christians are going to vote for that person. So it's not the particular
Sure, I can see
it's
that.
not the particular person.
I'm asking you what y'all would like me to do.
You've already asked that.
Yeah, what do you want me to do? Nobody really answered it.
The main
I
thing
did
is,
answer it to you. I
You
did.
said go out and
I'm not
protest,
gonna.
which I do.
No,
You
I
got
told you
to
many
change
ways.
your
I told you
mind
many ways.
first.
Listen, here's the thing. I'm gonna go ahead and drop you down, Soda.
That's fine.
We're gonna put a pin in this. You can come back another time if you want. I don't really feel like you're contributing to the conversation.
Was
the
anybody
thing is
else?
this.
Oh yeah, sorry. Go on.
I'm sorry. I just want to say this real quick. If you are, if you're a privileged person in any aspect of the word privileged, okay, it is your fucking duty as a fellow human to fucking do something for people who are marginalized and that do not have the privileges you have. If you are sitting there fucking, having more food than you know what to do with, while there are hungry people in your town and you do nothing to help those hungry people, fuck you. Fuck you. And so when I tell you that I'm a woman and my rights are being taken away and you are a man and you could do something about it and you do nothing but say, what do you want me to do?
Right.
Fuck you. Fuck you.
To invalidate, like it's just so maddening to me. It's like when you hear like a married couple, like a wife being like, hey, could you clean up the house? I cleaned up the house today. And then he's like, well, the house is clean. What do you want me to do? It's like, just fucking say you're going to clean up the house. You're going to do the dishes.
Right?
Just fucking say, okay. Like, thank you. And I realize what you're asking of me, and I will make a better effort at this. Like, it is not hard to just swallow your pride a little bit.
I also wanted to. Sorry. Go ahead, Crystal.
No, you go ahead. Go ahead.
I also wanted to touch on when Soda said he didn't think they would change the Constitution. I want to point out that thanks to the very conservative Supreme Court justices, who are all Christian nationalists, I believe, they were the folks that struck down Roe v. Wade and got rid of it. So don't go thinking that they wouldn't come after the 19th Amendment and find some way to get rid of it as well. Again, they took out Roe v. Wade. They can go after the 19th. Just a real quick one to add on to the what you got up there, what if you're wrong, Crystal, Pascal's wager. That's one that's always bugged me. Not because of what it says, but because I've been trying to think of a way where we could, have something that's like, like the atheist or heathen variation of that. And I think I might have come up with something. I don't want to dox myself, so I'm not going to use my last name, so I'll call it Algo's wager. But here we go. As a theist, are you prepared to defend all the vile things that are found within your faith, knowing full well that in doing so, you will appear as just as vile?
Yeah, good point. Like, I always want to tell Christians, you better whole ass it. You can't half ass your Christianity. Like, you got to own it. Own all of it.
I just wanted to add to that. Thank you. I love everybody on the panel. Love everybody here. Everybody be well.
Love you too, Aldo. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you. Guys, we have about 25 minutes left in the show. If you're a Christian or a believer of the God of the Bible and you want to come up and talk about today's topic, what if you're wrong, do so right now. You guys, we're at 68,000 likes. I'd love to get up to 100K. That's the goal for today before we end the show. Also, if we reach the gift goal, I will go live another hour, but I did put it pretty high because I was like, you know, I get hungry. And I'm like, I don't know if I want to go live another hour. I'm hungry. But
I love your glasses.
how are you doing today?
Are your glasses new?
Her glasses are new because during the live it got a little hectic and wild and zany, and her other glasses broke.
I got a phone call.
All good.
My
I
glasses
was
broke,
complimenting
Benny,
your
and
glasses. Oh shit.
We have a GoFundMe for it. No, I'm just kidding. Crystal's new glasses. It's a $20 GoFundMe. Because I buy reader glasses. There's absolutely no reason for me to go pay for prescription glasses because I lose them. And but I will have to say, I bought these like almost 2 years ago, I think, and I never lost them. And then they broke.
I was gonna say you've been rocking those ones for a bit.
Yeah.
I really like the new ones though, and one of your videos came up on my while I was scrolling through. By the way, I don't know if it's me or it just seems like a lot of like the people that we were friends with were just not getting like a bunch of likes and stuff. I don't know. I'm conspiratorial and I'm feeling like certain policy changes and stuff. And well, have you heard about the new like hate speech person that works for TT?
No. Oh, but I have heard about the thing like we're not supposed to have hate speech. That is actually one of the reasons why I picked this topic, because I thought they can't just pull me down immediately like for hate speech because of my background or
Yeah,
anything,
I need to like reframe my attitude and like wording to where it's a lot more bubbly and, you know, kind of tongue in cheek, I think. Because
That's why I have calmed down. Because I'm trying to be a calmer person, you guys. I get heated. Why do I get so heated? These people.
yeah, Mr. Fortune, yeah, like the new person that works for the thing is somebody that went and fought for the IDF and has Z ties, and you know, it's a whole thing. So you know they're gonna call stuff that is anti-S, you know, that it really isn't when it's just critical of a country that starts with I.
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
You know, but they've been doing that for a while. I don't feel that that's new. I guess I am
like
passionate, but
cracking
I
down.
feel like I feel like I come off as an asshole. I want to be smooth and cool, you guys, and I'm not.
I know, same.
You are a nice lady. Super nice lady.
Oh, I didn't even realize Schley was here. Did you know that all atheists are ugly?
Who said that?
No.
I love
Was that chat?
No, it was because I was in Benny's live once and I was really quiet. I was like doing other things and listening in, but I was on the panel. And as soon as I said something, dude just pivots to, why are all atheists super depressed and ugly people? As soon as I remember.
Yeah.
And it was the funniest shit ever. It was
really
so funny.
Well,
Jesus.
especially because we're all like not ugly or depressed. So I mean, maybe clinically depressed, but not like currently showing my depression. So
I just want to say that last night I was very elevated because I love to get very elevated at night. It's my favorite thing to do.
Same.
And then listen to everybody online and shit. And I loved that Joel and Sam would not stop with the footnote. And then when they did that whole footnote thing, I had my headphones on. I am elevated as a kite.
What does the footnote say?
That was hilarious. And it was so awesome. If you guys don't know what we're talking about, it's on replay on Deconstruction Junction. Hi, Benny.
Yeah,
Mezzo put a clip.
In Mezzo
Oh,
clip.
he
Yep.
did?
Yeah, I think so.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Thank
Yeah,
you,
luckily-
Mezzo. Thank you so much.
We caught all of Mezzo's live except for his new song that he played at the end. Like, for some reason, like the internet like dropped right when he was starting up that song. But at least we caught like all the guests and stuff.
Okay, so I like
Mezzo, if you hear us, clip that.
No, it's in the Discord. If you're in the Discord, you can hear it. But I feel that we need to sign a waiver or something. Like the way that song is so it's good.
Yeah, it is good.
Sometimes I have to like put
It's,
Mezzo's show on silent just so I can like watch the chat and just like see what's going on. Otherwise, I get too distracted, if you know what I mean.
It's too sexy. It's too sexy.
Yeah, it's too
It
sexy,
needs to
too
be
hot.
rated. It needs to be rated TS. Too sexy.
Like maybe if I take a cold shower.
I'm just gonna say it. It's way too sexy when it's Mezzo, Joel, and Sam up there.
Yeah.
That's when it's like,
Talk about a holy
what
trinity.
the fuck are we doing?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? What are we doing? This is way too much sex appeal in one spot, and it shouldn't be allowed.
Yeah, it like really pulls like the pansexual out of me. Petty Frog, the Humpty Dumpty song was amazing. Joel's like Humpty Dumpty.
It's the song that never ends. The new song that never ends.
That's true.
Sorry, I didn't mean to come up and like reminisce and stuff, but I feel like I've been kind of busy with things and stuff.
Yeah.
Well, I've missed
We love you.
Yeah, I love you guys too. And I saw Crystal was
How
on.
is-
What's
Yeah,
up?
I'm going live more often. I'm gonna try to do a couple of these conversations with Christians. Slade joins me when she can, and I have a couple other people lined up for when she can't join me to be my
I'm
little
feeling
co-host.
this. I'm feeling this like team up, like the Schley Crystal like dynamic. And like honestly, I saw you come up here and you just left. You honestly just like reframed that conversation earlier in such a great way. That was awesome.
It was
I was
fantastic.
getting too bad. See, I can't like. Sometimes my little ADHD brain is like, now we're not going to give you new words. You are too upset.
I had to step away, so I was really grateful that Yaya and Benny and everybody stepped up during that, because I was like, I don't know what's going on right now.
You guys don't make Mr. Fortune do all the tapping himself. We have 15 minutes. Come on, tap that screen. 84 people in here. We can get to the 100K before I shut the live down for the day. It has really been a good day, though. I mean, I've had a few heated conversations, but Mama Mally, I think is her name, she came back, and that was a good conversation. I like talking with her. And we had another gentleman who came up that was really nice to talk with, too.
Should
His name.
we be accountability buddies and like try and like calm each other down?
A bill of what?
Yes.
Accountability buddies.
A bill of buddy.
Accountability buddy.
Yeah, just
Yes.
a friend that like helps the other friend do the same thing. Kind of like, when two people are like, oh, we're gonna lose weight, and like you're the friend that's like, oh yeah, like, did you do this? Did you do that? And they also do it for you, whatever. But for staying calm.
Okay, everybody, take a breath.
Big inhale and a big exhale. I don't know. I think I'm pretty calm, but I'm still new at this, and I'm about to head back into school, and then I'm going to miss everybody way too much. But I'm graduating, so that's the goal. Graduate, and then I can do more of this stuff.
Randy,
Just-
thank you.
We need more people like you in the healthcare industry. So I'm like super supportive of this because yeah, it's just
Hell yeah.
woof.
Yeah, it's
Let
rough.
me tell ya.
It's rough. I know. I'm going to try to do what I can when I can.
Yeah, don't get burned out. That's like, make sure to, like, resilience training is a big deal. And I don't know if like they've gone over that yet.
Oh, I'm actually doing a little continuing ed like side certification on that exactly.
Really?
Yeah.
Awesome.
It's just a little 4-hour course, but yeah, for sure.
That's all it takes sometimes, you know, like it's just kind of a reminder to like just think about yourself too. Like you can't help others until you help yourself.
That's true.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta put on your air mask first before you put it on somebody else.
But make sure you have your real ID.
Why that accent came out?
What kind of accent was that?
I don't know.
Bless your heart.
The deaconess coming
I'm
out.
not sure. Maybe a little bit of the deaconess. I don't know. I don't rightfully know. I do just randomly talk in accents. One time, my son and I, when I was divorced, I mean, obviously I'm still divorced, but he also passed away, so he's not alive anymore. But we were divorced, so we were sharing custody, and it was my turn to like pick up my son and bring him home. We went to a restaurant to eat. It was like, I think it was Circus in Reno or something. And we're sitting down eating, and my son and I just start speaking a fake language to each other through the whole meal and just laughing our asses off the entire time. We never stopped. We didn't give, like, sometimes very serious conversation, sometimes just ridiculous. And finally, this little old man came over to our table, and he goes, I know that you're mother and son, but you just seem like best friends. And I thought, I just taught my son how to have a conversation in a language that it doesn't exist. What are you talking about? There's something wrong with me. You should not be encouraging this behavior. Hey, Pumpkin, how are you? Hello?
Are we in a dryer right now?
I think we're in an ultrasound machine. Oops.
Whoa.
I think we were like listening to the baby's heartbeat for the first.
Aw. Wait, no, baby heartbeats beat way faster than that.
Oh, true. Okay,
That was like a really like healthy like adult's heartbeat, if anything. Like
Okay.
I wish my resting heartbeat was that good. Idioglossia or cryptophagia is like when twins have a made up language between each other, but I think like you could also say that a mother and a son could have that. So there's a
we were inside somebody's bag. Pumpkin Bun says. that was funny, Pumpkin. Thanks for coming up, though.
That's awesome.
That is awesome. We're all just talking, and they're looking at their bag like, what? Why are they saying my name? That's funny. Who's live right now? Anybody good live that we should raid when we're done here? We're going to be live for 10 more minutes. If you're a Christian, we still have time to have a little talk.
You know what? I don't even know. Like, I'm not gonna lie, guys. The way I found out you were live, Crystal, was on YouTube. And then I was like,
Oh,
oh
really?
shit, she's live. Yeah. And then I was like talking to people in the chat over there. And then I was like, all right, well, I'm gonna come over and say hi. And then that guy got
Matthew is live.
Okay, we can rate Matthew when we're done here.
Yay.
But if you want to come up and talk, I'm available to talk. Randy, I am in, I'll just say Riverside County. I'm in Riverside County. That's about as narrowed down as I'll tell anybody online. Because that's a pretty goddamn big county. So,
do we think that we had any like conclusive answers from anyone today? Did anybody have anything to offer that you'll take away as far as the prompt goes?
Well, if Matthew isn't live, Lobes is live, or I think I saw Lobes was live.
well, I thought they said Matthew was live.
Oh, yeah, I saw
think
Matthew. I don't know. Let me check.
As far as did I take away anything from what they said to me, the one thing that I'm going to take away right now is that Mama said that Jesus Christ is in heaven, sitting next to the right hand of God the Father, who is in a spiritual realm, but he is in a physical body with holes in it. But maybe it's healed, but we don't know. And I think that's weird. Why would a physical body be in a spiritual realm? Qualia, I will not be bringing you up today or any day for that matter. We're going to go ahead and take care of that now. We'll take care of that now.
Okay, actually, Matthew isn't live anymore, but you know who is? Emmy. Unless.
Oh, Emmy? Okay.
Yeah.
And what about Tiny Science? Is Tiny Science live?
Don't see Tiny.
Okay. Let me see. Matthew is on AR's panel.
It's hard for me
That's
to check
right.
who's live sometimes because I follow like literally everybody back. So my like little top part on my inbox where I check where people are live is like never ending.
Guys, I'm sorry. I don't know why it's not letting you guys follow me. I might need to stop being private. Benny, you remember why I went private and the whole thing? And I don't know, maybe I shouldn't be private anymore, but I got a little spooked, y'all, so I put my account to private. But if you want to follow me, I will follow you, and then you can follow me back, or I'll figure it out when we later.
It was a very valid reason. Gosh,
it was
that was like forever ago now.
I know. I should get over it already.
It's kind of like lesson learned, you know? I don't know.
Yeah, that person is gone anyway. But
well, you guys, Buddy Christ is up here to join us. Buddy, hey, Buddy.
Hello, lovely people, humans. So, I want to be a prospect. In my previous life, is how my therapist just taught me how to do this. I was a tattoo artist, and I went through an apprenticeship.
Oh, nice.
It was for a while. It was really fun. I started way back in the early 2000s, though, in like a biker shop. So it was a lot different than what it is today. Anyway, 2019, heart attack. I just a lot of things went wrong to where I medically had to retire. I was in the middle of a tattoo. I couldn't hold my arms up anymore. Found out I had all these problems with me. Had a couple strokes. Anyway, here I am. I've been in this hole for, I would say, about 2 years, okay? And I've started to learn to get out of this hole. And the way I've been doing it for the last year is by Benny and by Crystal and by this community. And my wife, I just had my 52nd birthday, and my wife bought me, well, thank you. My wife bought me this stuff to like hold my iPad up and like, so, cause I think she's trying to push me to start having the voice that I've had to start like letting some of these son bitches know. Because, you know, like I could go into my whole backstory, but I know you only have 10 minutes. But like I said, you guys have really changed my life and have really helped me get out of this hole that I've been in. And I just had the whole, like, I don't know what it's called, but the, like, I'm ready to live again feeling last week. But a couple of weeks ago, I started going live, or to like, not live, but getting on panels. Forgive me. I'm learning the lingo. But I started going, and when the Christians invite me up, I can't control my anger, and I'm looking up how to like do the patience thing and blah blah blah. But then it clicked to me. It's like, okay, if I'm going to do this right, I'm going to start talking to the people that I really enjoy, instead of these like other people that are just here and there. I'm like, I'm going to start like, because when my first apprenticeship I went through in the tattoo industry was, like I said, in a biker shop. So it was like compared to the shops that are today that are like high quality, very classy. I learned my lesson by going through that. Like the first tattoo party I was at Hell's Angels Club in the Poconos. Okay, so that was how I went through it, you know. But so I thought to myself, okay, in my past life, I made a crap load of mistakes. But what I've learned is, okay, I'm going to go after who I really appreciate now. So I'm going to let them know that I really appreciate them, and I'm down to get into what you guys are doing because, yeah, I just went on board, and I'm done monologuing.
Well, thank you so much. That is
Yeah, that
so
is.
freaking sweet.
You just like made my whole freaking like month, honestly. Like, buddy, I've seen you around for so long, and like I think this might be the first time I've ever heard your voice. So
I haven't had the confidence. I really haven't. I could
I
go
get
into
it.
why, but like, yeah, now I do.
I get it. And like if we were able to help with that, like that's super, super, super meaningful. Like that's
It's so the truth, man. And like that's all I can do is like I closed myself off and put them walls up for so long that it's like, boom, I'm free, and I'm gonna tell everybody exactly how the f I feel.
hell
And
yeah.
it's like, yeah, dude, Benny, man, like I had an amputation happen around the same time you had your surgery.
Oh really?
Yeah, really, brother. I mean, I could send you pictures, but you don't want to see them.
Oh.
But but just hearing you just like be positive through all of that and like still like learn and just like interact, like, yeah, I'm not like, why would I make this up? I couldn't, you know. And like Crystal, like Crystal accidentally shot me her phone number, like when I first got on the app. Okay, like accidentally, right? And like I was like, wow, man, like I remember being in church for years and people wouldn't even look at me if I didn't have my hair combed right. You know what I mean? And here's this stranger on the internet that like accidentally sent me a number, and like, you know, I was just like that impressed the
I
crap
said
out of me.
it, and I said, oops, you know, like I was sending this to this other person, and he knew why I accidentally sent him. I said, but it goes for you too, because what I had said to the person was, if you need anything, here's my number.
Right.
And I said, so, you know, like that goes to you too, buddy. You know,
Right, and
if you
that
need
touched
anything,
me in
just
a
my
way
number.
that like nothing has had in years. Like I said, like 2019, like I got my manhood taken away. I couldn't work anymore, like because of the way I did my taxes. That this dude showed me how to do it. I don't get any kind of income from disability. We fought that for years. So it's like I've literally been in this dark hole, you know. And now that I'm starting to remember, holy shit, I'm one of the baddest motherfuckers in the world. That's all there is to it. And now it's like, okay, now I have a mission now, and I know what it is. And it's like finally clear. And it was like, I started feeling good about myself. And like, I'm just scrolling through TikTok and I see Crystal, like, you know, posted something. I was like, I'm just going to do something funny because I literally, like, I drew for years, but I haven't picked up anything to draw or be artistic like since 2019. Because, like, you know, when you're in the middle of a tattoo of an owl on this beautiful black woman's arm, and like who's a friend of your wife's that you work with. So you're making sure you do this traditional how as beautiful as you possibly can, but you're putting in this second shade of brown and you can't hold your arms up anymore. And because you were taught to suck it up, buttercup, by your misogynic friends all your life, and you were taught to like, you know, never speak up, just be quiet. I kept my pain quiet for so long that by the time I finally went to the doctor, like that's when I found out that it's irreversible. Like you can't hold your arms up anymore. So like I was devastated. But through this community and listening to you guys, like it's really given me a purpose now. And like I keep like I'm like, okay, how am I going to do this? And I keep wanting to like, okay, maybe I should start going live, and I'm ready. I think I have this confidence now. But then I'm like, okay, I'm gonna pull the emergency brake, dude, because you gotta be cool. Because the first couple like lives I've gone into with these Christians, I'm just like, you motherfuckers, just lie. Because that's what happens. It's like, dude, Mark 11, 20, 24, 26, it says, you know, you're supposed to hate your family. How does that make that feel? Well, it really doesn't say that now, does it? No fucking does.
Right.
But like, okay, all right. So I'm gonna start talking to the big dog.
I learned, buddy, I'm just learning this because I'm getting over my anger issues too, okay? From Daniel Green. So who better to learn how to be cool, calm, and collected,
yeah.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
he
ma'am.
said, go listen
Well,
to
Joel is
Street
here, so
And Mezzo.
yeah, but I learned this from Daniel, y'all. I'm not talking about those boys right now. I learned this from Daniel. He said, go listen to why can't I say the word?
Epistemologies. I was listening in. I actually recorded it because I was like, this is some important knowledge. And because like,
so I did.
Yeah. Did you?
Did you?
I haven't yet, but it's on the list.
I'll send you one.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
It's one he recommends, and it is really good because one of the first things, like one of the things, and I made a video about this, but for some reason it didn't post, and now I'd have to remake this. So I'll just tell you guys what I said in the video was that this guy was saying that what you do is you want to ask questions and you want to listen and you want them to delve deeper because like the deeper and the more questions you go, the more questions like they're going to kind of ask themselves, right? And at one point, the guy says something kind of, the guy asks a question and the person who, let's say it's the Christian, right? He's stuck. He doesn't know what to say.
Yeah.
And right away, the guy wanted to come in like for the kill on that, right? And the street epistemology guy was like, nah. Don't step on the pause. Don't step on the pause because when you step on the pause, you are literally taking away their chance to have it like click. And I think that sometimes in our anger, we too quickly step on the pause. So I even already learned something like I need to relax in that moment. I think that especially on TikTok lives, a lot of us step on that pause because we're afraid of dead air. And we're like, oh, nobody's talking right now. It's very quiet. It's uncomfortable. I should say something. I should ask another question. I should go in for the kill or something. But instead, we should let them sit in it. It's okay for dead air. It's okay. We don't have any ratings. There's no ratings out there, you guys. Let it sit for a minute. And so, I don't know. I'm already learning stuff, so I highly recommend, and I will send you that guy. I have to find him again, but I will send it to you.
Peter Boghossian.
Is it?
Is that who you're talking about? The one?
No, it was something I don't know. It's something, I don't think that's him, but that one's a good one too. It's not the one, I don't think. I feel like his name started with an N. Yes, that's it. Anthony Magna Bosco. Boom.
For the win.
Right on.
Yeah.
Cool.
That's a good one to listen to.
But yeah,
well,
I
you
actually
guys are,
thank you so much. I'm gonna
buddy,
check that out.
I love you, and
I
thank
love
you
you
so
guys
much
more.
for sharing that with us.
Yeah, seriously,
Like-
love is
So true.
buddy. You make me smile every time I see your name come up, and
Me
anytime
too.
you're always so like.
And anytime, like anybody, if I'm like responding to you in the chat and stuff, that is like legitimate. Like I am happy to respond to you. I am taking that moment out of my like time or whatever. I'm not trying to be like fake or like whatever.
Right on. Me too.
Like I appreciate.
And if I don't
every one of
respond
y'all.
to you, sometimes it's because I don't have my phone in my hand. It's not because I'm ignoring anybody. Sometimes I'm just listening. And then I see later that people were talking to me and I think, oh shit, did they think I was ignoring them? I'm not ignoring any of you. I just sometimes don't have my phone in my hand. But
yeah,
but Betty,
again,
every time I see you in chat, you are so kind, you are so sweet, and you're always cheering for me, and I really appreciate that.
yeah, unless you're a Christian, then it goes the other way real quick. But again, Crystal, I've been watching you like go from where you started sidelining with Joel to where you are. Rock on, sister. Benny, like
I was gonna say that, Menzo.
like watching that whole thing go through when I had something amputated and just like rock on, brother. So yeah,
guys, and yeah, you understand me probably deeper than a lot of like other people, but just like I get it, man. I totally get it, and like that's why I tried to do what I did while I was going through all of that, because I knew it was something that other people would need.
And I am one of those people that you actually helped. So now, instead of some bullshit of like saying, please help me, Lord, I need help on this. No, you actually helped me. Just like Crystal, just like Schley, just like Mezzo, just like Joel, just like Decon Justin, like for real, the whole community has brought me out of a hole that I've been in since 2019. F&A, man.
That feels good.
Community. I know you guys inspire me all the time. Like I have so much fun. I used to not play or do anything like for myself or like draw or color. I'm like into the arts, listening to music, like all the things again, because
Do you guys want to see a visual representation of this? Just scroll down my page, okay? Because when I first started on TikTok, I was very depressed and I was in bed. And all of my videos are from in bed, my hair's not brushed.
We are taught to hate ourselves.
You start to see that I'm not in bed anymore. My hair's still not brushed. Not in bed anymore. And then pretty soon, hey, her hair's brushed and she's not in bed. And then I was like, I think I'll wear some makeup today, you know? So you guys have changed my life too in ways you'll never understand. But just know that I love all of you and I really don't know what I would do without you.
Oh my god.
100% agree. The whole community.
Oh my gosh. All right, everybody. Come on. Pull it together here. Getting a little too sappy. I could sit.
Okay, kick me. Hurry up and kick me.
No. We need just like 2,000 more likes, guys. Come on, and then we can end this on a really high note.
400 more likes. I will hit 100,000 and I'll stop being mushy and we can go. Everybody can scatter across TikTok, but everywhere you go, make sure you say CrystalJae Raid. Also, don't forget, tomorrow, 4 p.m., right here, Decon Q&A with CrystalJae, and I will have Controversial Compass here with me. So make sure you come and support him. Hey, start thinking of some questions tonight. When y'all don't come up and ask questions, the creators get scared and start to feel like nobody likes them. So come up here, ask the questions, or ask them in chat. But don't leave them hanging. Come on up. Don't be shy. I know you got your questions. You guys, thank you for 100,000 likes. Thank you for the gift goal earlier. Thank you for all the new subbies and the resubbies. And Schley, Benny, and Buddy, thank you so much for coming up and